welcome to today's proceedings of the Senate on this day of June 2020. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Edward Kabasam. We'll take a look at the order of business this afternoon. The Senate Majority Leader will lay on the table of the Senate two papers. One, the Public Health COVID-19 Restriction of Movement of Persons and Related Measures, Nairobi Metropolitan Area, Extension Order number 2 of 2020, Legal Notice number 89 of 2020, and the Public Health COVID-19 Restriction of Movement of Persons and Related Measures, Mandera County, Extension Order 2020, Legal Notice 85 of 2020. There are three statements which will be made. This is pursuant to Standing Order 47-1. The Senator for Trans Nzoia County, Senator Dr. Michael Mbito, will make a statement concerning protection of urban green spaces. Nominated Senator Beth Mugo will make a statement concerning death of a patient due to negligence by the MP Shah Hospital in Nairobi. Now, finally, nominated Senator Dr. Alice Milgo will make a statement on the fight of stigma associated with COVID-19 pandemic. And pursuant to Standing Order 48-1, the Senator for Kakamega County, Senator Cleophas Malala, will seek a statement from the Ad hoc Committee on the COVID-19 situation in Kenya concerning the role of the National Hospital Insurance Fund, NHIF, in COVID-19 testing for hotel and restaurant staff in the country. Nominated Senator Sylvia Kasanga will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation regarding the operationalization of the National Construction Authority Defects and Liability Regulations 2020. Nominated Senator Halake Abshiro will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources concerning the status of automation of land registries and general land records. Nominated Senator Petronila Were Lokorio will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding welfare support for unionizable employees adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Nominated Senator Dr. Alice Milgo will also seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations concerning the death of one person and the injury of three others by an alleged mysterious creature between September 2019 and June 2020 in Bomet County. And pursuant to Standing Order 52-1, the Senate Majority Leader will issue a statement on the business of the Senate for the week commencing Tuesday, 16th June 2020. The businesses lined up in the Senate this afternoon: debate on various bills, among them the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2019, the Lifestyle Audit number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 21 of 2019, the Reproductive Healthcare Bill, Senate Bills number 23 of 2019. In the Committee of the Whole House, the senators will be considering some amendments to various bills, among them the Pandemic Response and Management Bill, Senate Bills number 6 of 2020. This bill is courtesy of the Ad hoc Committee on COVID-19 situation in Kenya. Another bill which will be debated in the Committee of the Whole include the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Amendment Bill. This is Senate Bill number 38 of 2018 by the Senator Mary Senator. The Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2019, will also be debated in the Committee of the Whole House. This bill is courtesy of Senator Dr. Brilai Ali. Consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the Office of the County Attorney Bill is also in the order of business this afternoon. And so is the consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the petition to County Assembly's Procedure Bill, as well as the County Child Education Bill. I will now hand you over for this live broadcast of the Senate on this 9th day of June 2020. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Kenneth Mokelo Lusaka, has walked into the chamber. Good afternoon.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader Senator Bogisho.
Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, 9th June 2020. 1, the public health COVID-19 restrictions, movement of persons and related measures, Nairobi metropolitan area, extension order number 2 of 2020, legal notice number 89 of 2020, and 2, the public health COVID-19 restriction of movement of persons and related measures, Mandera County Extension, Order 2020, legal notice number 85 of 2020. Thank you, Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, statements.
Honorable Senators, before statements, I have a communication to make. You will recall that on 31st March 2020, I issued communication setting out guidelines to facilitate the smooth flow of legislative business in the Senate, plenary and committee sittings, taking into account various measures that have been put in place by the government to combat COVID-19 pandemic. These guidelines were developed after consultations with and on the advice of the Minister of Health, who had inspected the parliamentary precincts and provided us with a report on the state of the parliamentary precincts and the conditions to be met to facilitate plenary and committee sittings. Honorable Senators, in the communication issued on 31st March 2020, I indicated that the chamber had been reconfigured to seat a maximum of 28 senators only. Accordingly, the Senate Majority Leader and the Senate Minority Leader were requested to consult and designate the 28 senators who were to attend the Senate plenary sittings. The Sergeant-at-Arms was accordingly directed to ensure that only the 28 designated senators attend plenary sittings. Following concerns raised by a number of senators on the need for all senators to participate in plenary sittings, and following a resolution by the Senate Business Committee on 20th May 2020, arrangements were made in light of the COVID-19 pandemic situation in the country and in line with the health and social distancing protocols and contained in the guidelines issued on 31st March 2020 to ensure that all senators have an opportunity to access the chamber and participate in the Senate plenary while within the precincts of the main parliamentary buildings. The new wing launch of the Parliament building was designated as part of the Senate chamber to accommodate the other senators who missed seats in the main chamber. With the exception of a Deputy Speaker, Majority Leader and Minority Leadership, and senators with disability, as well as senators with business on the order paper for the day, who are to take seats in the Senate chamber. Any extra seats in the Senate chamber are now occupied on first-come, first-seat basis. Honorable Senators, for the avoidance of doubt, I direct and reiterate that the health and social distancing protocols as contained in the guidelines issued on 31st March 2020 apply in both the Senate chamber and the new wing launch of the Parliament buildings for all plenary sittings. Senators and parliamentary officers are required to strictly adhere to those guidelines, which were purposely developed to contain the spread of COVID-19. I thank you. Senator Transoya, a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 47.1, I rise to make a statement of a general topic of concern. As you may be aware, the World Environment Day was celebrated on 5th of June 2020 with the theme of celebrating biodiversity. This is a reminder that it is time to act to salvage the degraded environments, preserve and protect wildlife, and appreciate nature. Mr. Speaker, sir, ordinarily, the World Environment Day would be celebrated in parks, sanctuaries, farms, forests, and gardens, among other various places of activities that enrich the planet. However, this year is unique and a wake-up call to realize the significance of green spaces in cities and towns. Mr. Speaker, sir, the COVID-19 pandemic came at a time when the world least expected. It halted every activity and plans. It reduced events to virtual. Curfews, cessation of movements, lockdowns, and restriction to access certain areas left most urban dwellers, especially in Nairobi, to find solace, strength, and revitalize in the few available parks, gardens, and forests. For instance, Karura Forest, Arboretum, Ngong Forest, Nairobi National Park, which attracted stricter measures to avoid overcrowding, which would risk the spread of the virus. Mr. Speaker, sir, adequate protection and preservation of green spaces is essential, thus developing laws and policies that cushion them from degradation, human encroachment, plastic pollution is fundamental. The ban on plastic bags reduced the amount of plastic pollution in our green spaces, but single-use plastics are still a nightmare. Straws and plastic bottles still abound. However, the ban of these single-use plastics in green spaces scheduled to officially take place this month is an answered prayer that will see our green spaces breathe again. Mr. Speaker, sir, action for nature means taking all measures humanly possible to ensure green spaces remain intact, to serve present and future generations. It should not, excuse me, it should not take another epidemic like COVID-19 for us to realize how essential nature is to our daily lives. Therefore, during this time for nature, may we act for the environment, act for climate, act for the planet. Happy Environment Day and month. Thank you.
I don't see any interest. Senator Beth Mugo. Oh, yes, Senator Sakaja, you press when you want me to catch your eye.
Well guided, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to quickly thank the Chair Health Committee for that statement on the environment. Mr. Speaker, indeed, environment and health is directly related. And he has mentioned very many places in the city of Nairobi. In fact, this event was led by the President just last weekend. Mr. Speaker, as during this COVID pandemic, and I'm glad that I had seen the Chair of the Environment Committee. I think he's still making his way into the chamber. Mr. Speaker, since the pandemic started, there's been a huge increase of people dumping effluent into our rivers in Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, residents have raised a number of complaints, which I have been able to forward to the ministry and to the NMS from Kirichwa River, Kirichwa Ndogo, Kirichwa Kubwa, Madare, Nairobi River. A lot of these entities are now taking advantage of a slowdown or a lull in inspectorate to dump this effluent, Mr. Speaker, which is hurting a lot of the people in Nairobi, and of course the great discomfort and health hazards that come with such illegal dumping. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator Mbito for raising this, and I want to impress upon the Chair of Environment and Health and Natural Resources Committee to kindly take this up, even before I bring a statement to that effect. Because these are unscrupulous traders, industries, even some of our government institutions, Mr. Speaker, which I will not name until he brings his report, are the ones which are leading in dumping of chemicals, dumping of even solid waste, Mr. Speaker, into our rivers in Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, we want to put those people, in check, and they need to know that we will not allow this to continue happening, but I urge the House to support us in making sure that Nairobi remains or becomes clean and environmentally safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Senator Mbito.
Senator Cheriot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate this statement by our colleague, Senator Mbito, speaking about the challenges that our environment continue to face in these emerging times. Mr. Speaker, I'd wish to go straight to the point. I've had Senator Sakaja speak so well about the challenges that various environments continue to face in the city of Nairobi. You'll have noticed, Mr. Speaker, that since this pandemic hit our country, many Kenyans have taken to appreciating the beauty of public parks and spaces, that this is the only time that they are able to take perhaps either jogs or walks with their families and appreciate the work that was done by honorable people like the late celebrated environmentalist, Professor Wangari Maathai. Mr. Speaker, just an issue of concern, which I'd wish it to be added to the list of the concerns that Senator Sakaja has raised, and I had prodded him on this. Perhaps he may have forgotten, and I'd wish to add it on to the list, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know on your way to work, you drive on Langata Road, and as you drive, you pass by Uhuru Gardens Park. You will notice, Mr. Speaker, that in the last 2 months, there have been construction works that are ongoing at Uhuru Gardens. The story that I hear, Mr. Speaker, is that unfortunately, national government has made the decision to convert Uhuru Gardens from being a public park into a military space. And that's why, if you pass there, you'll notice that there are military people that are doing the works. This is really unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. That area is highly populated with so many young and active people, which when you watch over the weekends and even sometimes in the evenings during the weekday, they take their strolls in that particular part of the city. And therefore, it will be proper for this house to be briefed. What were the considerations that were made before converting Uhuru Gardens from being a public park to now a military zone where citizens are not able to partake of whatever they usually do there, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Next statement is by Senator Beth Mugo. It will be done on her behalf by Senator Petronila Were.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make this statement on behalf of Senator Beth Mugo, and she would like to declare her interest in the matter beforehand. This patient we are going to talk about, Ms. Virginia M. Asaf, is her sister-in-law. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order number 47-1, I wish to make the following statement regarding the untimely death of a Kenyan, Ms. Virginia M. Asaf, allegedly as a result of negligence occasioned by staff at the MP Shah Hospital. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Virginia Asaf was taken ill on the night of 26 May 2020, and she made a call to her grandson to take her to hospital. Upon receiving the call from his grandmother, the grandson and his wife drove in the middle of the night from Ruiru to Thika, picked her up, and proceeded to the MP Shah Hospital. On arrival at the hospital, she was diagnosed with heart complications and informed that it required urgent surgery. This was between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. Mr. Speaker, sadly, though, the hospital demanded that before the surgery could be performed, a deposit of Kenya shillings 500,000 had to be paid upfront. Unfortunately, the young man could not raise such a huge amount of money, and he therefore resorted to calling his aunt, whom he thought would be in a better position to handle such a financial obligation. He thus embarked on a journey back to Ruiru to pick up his aunt. Mr. Speaker, sir, considering that it was still during curfew hours, the young man got arrested along Thika Superhighway near the Safari Park Hotel. It took a lot of time for the said young man to explain the situation he was in, and then he was later released. Mr. Speaker, sir, this whole time, the patient was lying at the hospital awaiting treatment that was not forthcoming unless money was paid. At one point, the patient herself, irrespective of her condition, ended up making a payment via M-Pesa at 4:45 a.m. This, Mr. Speaker, signifies that she had received some had she received some form of care, her life would have been saved. However, it was not until 4:27 a.m. that the hospital made an attempt to treat the patient, and that after some Kenya shillings 5,000 had been paid in cash, and further following a guarantee that Kenya shillings 200,000 would be paid at daybreak, with the hospital still insisting that the bare minimum acceptable deposit was 300,000. Throughout the night, the relatives mobilized the resources and paid the deposit in the wee hours of the morning. It was only after the money had been paid that the patient was taken to theater at 7:45 a.m. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, she died at 9:39 a.m. That is a death that could have been prevented had the hospital upheld their claim of being a patient-centered hospital that has compassion as one of its core values, and had the attending doctors answered to their Hippocratic oath to which they swear when being commissioned to medical service at graduation. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to conclude by requesting you to commit this matter to the Standing Committee on Health in order for the committee to investigate the fact that the hospital caused the untimely death of a patient by putting commercial interests before the well-being of the patient, contrary to Article 43(1)(a) of the Constitution as read together with Section 7 of the Health Act on Emergency Treatment. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Abdullahi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to support the statement. Mr. Speaker, of late, our hospitals are turning out to be more of commercial than assisting very sick patients. In cases of emergency, the law says that the patient should be taken in and be treated. But it never usually happens because they are afraid that these patients might not be able to pay back. We lose a lot of patients in such cases, Mr. Speaker, knowing that even these are wealthy family, and even Senator Booth Mugo talked to them. Still, it did not work. What do you think will happen to normal Africans who do not have anybody to talk to? I think our hospitals and doctors should do better than this. And the other issue which is there, Mr. Speaker, is that the doctor who's in charge at night should be able to do these things. But if you have to refer to an administrator, because he will be sacked if he doesn't talk to the owner, then what will happen to patients? This is a very serious thing, and I think the committee, our committee, should do a better job on this, sir. Thank you.
Senator Orengo.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to support this statement. Mr. Speaker, one of the fundamental rights which is articulated in the Constitution is the right to health. But more specifically, in an emergency situation, a patient has a right to treatment, regardless of ability to pay. If a situation is likely to cause death, serious injury, or disability, if not attended to promptly, it is an emergency, and therefore the hospital has to deal with it. They don't have a discretion. Both public and private hospitals have a duty to administer medical care to a person experiencing an emergency. And therefore, I think this message should go out loud and clear to all public and private hospitals, that once you are in the profession or in the business of offering medical care, and the government has given you a license or permission or authority to carry such a service, and it's not a service that you're doing free of charge, it's a service where actually you're doing business, but ultimately the right to attend to emergencies. This is a duty which obliges all hospitals and all medical institutions. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, while the committee will look at this matter, I think they must come out clearly and tell us if probably there is something in the law which is not clear enough. We should then make the law more specific and with sufficient clarity. A lot of people who are in emergency situations in this country die because they cannot be able to pay the kind of money that is required by our hospitals. I have had quite a number of experiences of this personally, taking people to hospitals at times, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning. You may be having money in the bank, but because they want cash or some guarantee, at that time of the night, at 4 o'clock in the morning, even let's say midnight, to make financial transactions is not always the easiest. So I hope that this statement will not only deal with this specific case, but deal with how hospitals are not treating emergencies in the way the profession should be doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We shall be having a vote soon, so I want to ask senators to still remain within. Professor Langat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like also to make my contribution to this particular very important statement of great concern. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that it's quite unfortunate that the doctors who swore in the Hippocratic oath not to commercialize their services, especially even those who are in government facilities, have put money before life. In fact, this is just one of so many cases that are happening in most of the government facilities. I remember some 2 weeks ago in our county, Bomet, a patient was taken from Nairobi here who was sick, And after arriving in Bomet, he was just admitted to the normal, he was admitted like any other normal patient. After 2 days, the patient died. And after 7 days, when the burial was being prepared, the patient was discovered that he was COVID-19. And that was the first patient in Bomet to have been found with COVID-19. The negligence of the doctors right from the person who was receiving the patient without taking the history of the patient, that he was from Nairobi, which was COVID and restricted area, to the point when he died. And up to 7 days before the burial was a serious thing. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, negligence in our hospital is so serious, so that even the medicines, we've heard of cases where even after the patient have been asked to collect the medicine in the hospitals, they are unable to get the medicines are there. So I want to say this is negligence, and the person or the people who attended this particular patient must be answerable, and they must take full responsibility of the death of this particular person. Otherwise, if we leave things to happen like that, just the lives of our citizens are at risk. This will become the order of the day. So I would like to ask the Committee of Health, who will be responsible for this, to bring for these particular people who actually were supposed to have saved this particular person, so that the law must be applied to take its full course. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious thing that this particular Senate must take it seriously. So I want to thank Senator Beth Mugo for bringing this particular statement, and we fully support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. Yeah, I've captured the others. I'll call you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be brief. Mr. Speaker, in Kenya today, whether you have money or not, you are not safe. This is a similar thing that happened to Mr. Ken Walibora. He was treated the same way, to the extent that if your face is not recognizable and you happen to be in an accident in Kenya, you are left to your own devices. The unfortunate thing, Mr. Speaker, is that it appears that the Ministry of Health cannot take any action against these hospitals. Mr. Speaker, it's also fundamental that patients have not been successful on medical negligence. Sorry.
Order, senators. Don't consult loud.
It's also a tragedy, Mr. Speaker, that Kenyans have not been successful in prosecuting any hospital or any doctor in matters of this nature. So, Mr. Speaker, as the committee led by a good senator from Trans Nzoia and Dr. Abdullahi checks on this matter, the fundamental question is, what will Kenyans from all walks of life do to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that people can receive emergency treatment irrespective of their status? And Mr. Speaker, this committee is aware of the fraudulent transactions by NHIF, particularly on private hospitals. If we cannot address that out of the NHIF that Kenyans are paying, and some of us who have never used it, these private hospitals are the ones who are receiving the bulk of it because of false claims. And that is where the fundamental issue lies. So we are counting on you two good gentlemen and senators who are doctors to bring us the solutions, because you know them. Thank you.
Senator Haniri, then Senator Chilayako.
Mr. Speaker, what happened to Virginia Asaf is very, very unfortunate. And I'll begin by conveying my message of condolence to the family of Virginia and to the Senator Beth Mugo. Mr. Speaker, this is a death that could have been averted had the hospital acted differently. This is a death that could have been avoided had the hospital put the lives of Kenyans before the economic interests. So, Speaker, what this hospital did is a contravention of our Constitution, as clearly stated by the Senior Counsel Orengo, and this is provided for in Article 43 of our Constitution, and it's very clear. I remember when we were campaigning for this Constitution, this is one of the articles that I cited in all the rallies. I told Kenyans, as soon as we enact this new Constitution, nobody will die because they were not attended to because of lack of money. It is unfortunate it is still going on. Article 43(2) says a person shall not be denied emergency medical treatment. And the word here is shall not be denied. Mr. Speaker, this is a contravention of our Constitution, and it is not an isolated case. This happens every day. So as you commit this statement to the Committee on Health, let them not narrow down just to this particular case. We want to come up with a lasting solution to ensure that hospitals do abide by the provision of the Constitution, and in particular Article 43, paragraph 2. We condemn this in strongest terms and pray that her soul rests in peace.
Senator Chilayako. In the meantime, Senator Musurve should be approaching.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very sad situation when life is lost because of desire to make money, desire to profit. I think it's very sad, and more so in contravention of the Constitution. The Constitution is the Grundnorm. It's the basis of order in this country and must be respected at all times. Now, my colleagues have spoken about private hospitals where it is prevalent. Medical negligence is prevalent in public hospitals. Women deliver while neglected by medical personnel. Sick people or people who need emergency attention, for instance, people who are victims of accidents, go to public hospitals, and the medical personnel in public hospitals do not give a damn about these Kenyans who get to those hospitals. Now, the committee that is being requested to look into this matter, because 90% of Kenyans go for treatment, emergency treatment in public hospitals, must try and find out whether in public hospitals, whether members of the public who we represent, majority of them who do not have means, have a way of complaining about provision of emergency services. I know hospitals in my county, I know in other counties where if you were to be taken there because of an emergency, public hospitals, the nurses, the doctors, nobody would ever attend to you. You are left at the mercy of your own people, and more particularly the mercy of God. So it is important that as we investigate and deal with the private hospitals, to also look at this negligence, this criminal behavior in public hospitals, so that we do not have Kenyans dying in them. I have a case in mind. I had an uncle who was admitted in Kenyatta, and he needed, because it was an accident, he needed something for breathing. So after the surgery, the nurses who were meant to ensure that he was sustained and resuscitated throughout the night left for the day. When we came back at 5 o'clock, he was long dead. And this happens to families after families in public hospitals. So we request the committee that is dealing with this matter not to stop at looking at the private hospitals, but also to look at the prevalence of this practice in public hospitals and whether there is a mechanism or a system to deal with it, to prevent it from visiting unfortunate Kenyans who may not afford private hospitals.
Senator Farihia, then Senator Musurve, then Malala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For sake of time, I'll just give additional information that I got on the patient, because other senators have already spoken on other issues. Mr. Speaker, one of the relatives of the patient called and identified, and a prominent person called and said that this money will be paid in the morning, talking to the doctor in charge. And then that doctor said that he cannot make that kind of decision, and that the only person who can make that decision is the credit controller. And when the family asked for the contact of that credit controller, they refused to give. Mr. Speaker, and then when finally they got the money and they wanted to pay, because the shift had changed, they were told to queue again for payment because there were other people in front of them, and all that culminated to delays, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, finally, I think, like it is stated in the statement, after the payment was made, when it is in the morning is when she was wheeled to the theater, and I am sure the rest of the story is in the statement. Mr. Speaker, I think Adam Smith once said, business of business is business. But when life is involved, Mr. Speaker, I think from our hospital we need a little bit of sympathy for the people who are relatives and that person who is about to die and who could have been saved, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I thank you.
Okay, let's keep them short. Senator Musurve. Yes, Shionga, I've captured you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to support this statement. And this is a statement that should not be taken lightly, Honorable Speaker. And when it comes to human life, medics should know very well that they should conform to the swearing in that they take when before they begin their job. They actually said that they affirm that they're going to take care of lives, they're going to save lives, and so they should actually stick to what they conform before man and God. It is unfortunate that at MP Shah Hospital, the medics decided to be money happy, and they took the issue of money in front of saving human lives. Article 43(1) states clearly that everyone has the highest attainable standards of health, and medics should know very well that theirs is a calling, Honorable Speaker. It's not a matter of money, it's just a matter of saving lives. Not everyone has that gift of putting others first. So I want to condemn that act, and also want to suggest, Honorable Speaker, that in states of emergencies, and especially during such pandemics, the government should put mechanisms in place that really speak to issues of emergencies, so that in a situation where there's an emergency, even when there's a curfew, at least there should be a window where there's a telephone number where people can speak to and talk about the issues they have in terms of emergencies, so that we're able to save lives, Honorable Speaker. I think we need to be our brothers' keepers. I actually support this statement. It should go to the right committee, and even in the committee should also bring out the issue that the hospital should first of all listen to people with such like problems, people with patients, and even taking the little money they have, so that they can even pay in installments, as long as we save these lives. These lives matter so much, and as Kenyans we have to see how to protect each other. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Senator Malala and Senator Olekina should be approaching.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as Senator Petronila was reading this statement, I was pensively listening, Mr. Speaker, and my heart was soaked in a pool of sorrow, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is common knowledge that it is a prerequisite for all the doctors to take the Hippocratic oath, whose principles are held sacred and not limited to treating the sick to the best of one's ability, preserving the patient's privacy, teaching the secrets of medicine to the next generation, and so on. Mr. Speaker, many of my colleagues have quoted Article 43(1), read together with Article 43(2) of our Constitution, which elaborates the economic and social rights of our citizens, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, such cases are rising at an exponential rate in this country, Mr. Speaker. This was just one of the cases, Mr. Speaker. But we have thousands and thousands of such cases whereby patients are being taken to hospital, they do not have money to deposit, and they lose their lives on the bench, Mr. Speaker, waiting for treatment. Mr. Speaker, the cost of medication in this country has gone too high. As the representatives of people, we must speak out on this specific issue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this House always passes the county allocation revenue bill, which entails conditional grants to level 5 hospitals in our respective counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in Kakamega County, we passed 426 million shillings as conditional grant. This money is meant to improve the health services in level 5 hospitals, Mr. Speaker. This money is meant to cushion the rising cost of treatment in our hospital, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is sad that these monies have been diverted to other development projects, Mr. Speaker. It is therefore our mandate and our sole responsibility to ensure we put governors on check and compel them to use the conditional grant that we pass in this House to the betterment of the health systems in our county, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to those doctors who have fronted their greed of money at the expense of life, I want to tell them one thing, that what kills a man always begins as an appetite. Your appetite for money is the genesis of your journey to your grave. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Shionga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support or to add my voice on the statement that Senator Petronila has read on behalf of Dr. Betsy Muko. Senator Betsy Muko, sorry. Mr. Speaker, when the statement was being read, just as my colleagues have said, it is a sad story, and it reminds me, Mr. Speaker, in September 2015, when I was in the same situation and I lost my niece. Mr. Speaker, the poor in Kenya are suffering. And the healthcare, the story of the healthcare in Kenya has really broken down. Mr. Speaker, despite the spirited raising efforts of this family to a tune of getting the money that they raised, Mr. Speaker, MP Shah could not have stopped functioning because of 500,000 to perform the surgery. Mr. Speaker, it is worse that if you don't have money in Kenya, if you don't have money, then the hospital is not a friendly facility for you. It is the highest time, Mr. Speaker, that when our healthcare workers, when they are commissioned to the health services that they owe their allegiance through their oath, it is the time when they need to remember what they owed or what they swear to. Mr. Speaker, it is a sad story that this lady passed on, and nobody is there to compensate them. When they rush to the lawyers, or when most Kenyans rush to the lawyers, the same thing happens, that they are exploited for them to get a right. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that when this statement comes to the committee that I sit in, the health committee, we are going to look into the matter and let us put our minds together, putting into consideration that many have contributed and many are wishing to contribute, so that we rebuke, as much as we are rebuking this statement, we want to get to the root cause of this, because our healthcare system is not a money-making profit. It is a facility that is supposed to support our people, achieve the lifestyle, achieve the health status that they need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Okay. I support the statement, and we shall look into the matter. Thank you.
On this statement, we shall now have Senator Ledama, then I'll commit it. We'll go to order number 9, 10, and then come back to statements.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, I was in the other room listening to the Speaker talking about, or the Senator raising this statement, and I had to wait so that I can comment. Article 43(2) of the Kenyan Constitution gives every Kenyan a right to emergency medical treatment. And when I hear that a patient was at a hospital and because of a delay of raising funds, that patient could not be given access to medical services, that hospital does not deserve to have a license. Mr. Speaker, sir, last year, I think in 2018, the National Assembly was reviewing the amount of fees which are charged by hospitals in this country so that it ensures that this right, which is enshrined in the Constitution, is not only there in paper, as most of the things that we've experienced in this country. They are simply written, but in practice, you cannot be able to really enjoy the freedoms. These are stories, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this House, if this is the only thing we are going to be remembered for having done, is to work closely with one another to ensure that we have a healthcare system that can be able to help Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, sir, there are several horror stories of people dying in hospitals, in big hospitals in this country. In fact, there are stories, one which I know very well, of a young man from Mukambani who died in one of the hospitals, and his body stayed there for 3 years just because they could not raise 200,000 shillings. And by the time he was being buried, the bill was 2.5 million shillings. I raised that issue with the governor of Makueni, the Honorable Kivuta Kibwana, and I'd expected that that issue would be taken. So as we speak here, these horror stories that make it to this House are a quarter of all the horror stories of how we have such an inefficient healthcare system in this country. We cannot continue pretending that we care about Kenyans. We cannot continue pretending that even the money being allocated to COVID-19 is really benefiting Kenyans. What we are doing, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that we are here lamenting, we are here trying to raise issues, but getting to the root and punishing those people, including taking away their licenses. We cannot be able to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, this right, which is enshrined in our Constitution, should really be exercised. And this is an opportunity that the Health Committee can actually come out and ensure that these people pay for these wrongs. MP Shah Hospital, Mr. Speaker, is not new in all these scandals. In 2018, the National Assembly spent a lot of time. And if you listen to the CEO of the hospital, they say they had to charge a lot of money so that they can be able to offer, good quality medical treatment to their patient. So as we sit here, you ask yourself, if the Constitution clearly says that every Kenyan has a right to access emergency medical care, what should happen to those people who violate that right? So, Mr. Speaker, I support this statement by Senator Petronina Were, and I hope that this time around, the Health Committee, which we all know has failed us in some cases, can actually act and ensure that the Kenyans who are dying because of an inefficient healthcare system can be punished. And the other thing, Mr. Speaker, says, so that I can go and sit, because I'll be remiss if I do not say this. It is a shame that we continue allocating the Ministry of Health billions of shillings We send peanuts to our county governments. We give the Ministry of Health. In fact, the money allocated to the Ministry of Health is 5 times the money allocated to some counties the size of Moranga. So it's a shame and embarrassing that even here in this, very soon the budget, you know, when you read the Finance Act, you will see there's a lot of money that will go to the Ministry of Health. But even the Ministry of Health just sit pretty there in the office. In fact, nowadays we are just entertained with updates of COVID-19. But when you ask tough questions as how that money is even being spent, no one is willing to come out and tell you. So shame on us, and I hope that this committee will try and redeem itself. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay. I commit the statement to the Committee on Health. You have heard the sentiments of members. It's a serious matter, and we're expecting that you'll come up with a very comprehensive report and recommendations on what we should do as a country moving forward. Next order, like I said, will go to division, then okay, next statement. I think we have a problem with numbers. Next statement, Senator Alice Milgo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to give a statement on uniting to fight stigma linked to COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, sir, I raise pursuant to Standing Order 47-1 to make a statement on a matter of national concern, namely uniting in the fight against stigma linked to COVID-19. As you are aware, communities are making the lives of the survivors of this COVID-19 very hard by stigmatizing them in various ways. Stigma makes both the affected and infected family members find it hard to live in the society even after the recovery or after testing negative after the quarantine period. Mr. Speaker, sir, stigmatizing COVID-19 patients and those suspected to be COVID-19 is the last thing the society should do at this moment when the disease has got no cure. For patients to survive the pandemic, they need great care, they need hope and love from every one of us. Furthermore, stigmatization has never been a good method of dealing with any crisis. Mr. Speaker, sir, we learned the effects of stigma from the society's first reaction to HIV/AIDS when those infected and affected faced enormous stigma. Most of them lost their lives not because of the disease, but because of stigma-related issues, which brought about other health issues and stress, Mr. Speaker. When the stigma ended, all went well, and we now live side by side with HIV survivors. We work with them without fear, and in return, they are receiving even better care and new lease of life. Mr. Speaker, sir, this call of accepting people took a long time for the country to achieve, but I believe the same methods can be used to strike out stigma against COVID-19 patients. One of the ways that can be used to counter the false information about, one of the ways is to counter the false information about COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, sir, education and sensitization about this disease should be given through different channels, medias, public barazas, and even Nyumba Kumi. This would create awareness using facts. This will help eliminate negative perceptions about the disease born out of ignorance. Creation of quarantine and more health centers without counseling will not help much. Instead, we even need side-by-side guidance and counseling centers so that, in this case, these services are offered to the infected and even affected. Mr. Speaker, sir, this will enlighten everyone on COVID-19, and in this case, this disease can be defeated easily. On the other hand, if it will make it easy for people to volunteer for testing when they encounter any COVID-19 related symptoms, or even those who are not yet affected, in this case, will go for testing, and even cost of contact tracing will be reduced, Mr. Speaker. It will end the growing trend of people running away from quarantine centers. In fact, these people that run away from quarantine centers further infect more people, and in this case also actually issues of stigma will make people to shun even seeking other healthcare related issues such as HIV/AIDS treatment, blood pressure, cancers, and any other diseases, and therefore causing more loss of lives. Mr. Speaker, such stigmatization will end with the acceptance that no one else is safe and that the disease is already here with us, and it is our responsibility to fight it together. I thank you.
Senator Wambu, I'm told you have a point of order. Where are you? I told you was out there.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to raise a point of order, Mr. Speaker, on a matter of my statement that I requested more than 3 weeks ago. A statement, Mr. Speaker, on principals in Kitui County, 103 of them, who were supposed to have been confirmed to their positions and paid their dues. You directed, Mr. Speaker, that the statement be processed and a response given within 2 weeks. It's now more than 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, since I raised the statement. I've not had any response, and the teachers are anxious to know what has happened to their statement. Mr. Speaker, I want to seek indulgence to direct that I receive a response on that statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I think I'll give a ruling once I get the Secretariat to brief me. Senator Ochilo Ayako, then Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, stigma is a very serious thing. And once people are viewing something negatively, that thing becomes a very difficult thing. Mr. Speaker, we know that the fear of being known that you have COVID-19 has made so many people not to turn up for testing. It has also made so many people flee from isolation. It has also made so many people apprehensive and even fail to go to hospital. And this is one of the issues that negate our ability to fight and vanquish COVID-19. Now, Mr. Speaker, behavioral change is driven by the following institutions. It is first driven by government, because government is what people pay attention to. It is also driven by the church, because people, church and mosques and other religious institutions, because people are generally religious. Now, Mr. Speaker, behavioral change is also driven by schools and training institutions, because we listen to people who teach us and people who educate us. Now, Mr. Speaker, it appears that our current government, the way it is approaching COVID, is using the rod rather than encouragement. In fact, when you talk to provincial administrators, what they do is they threaten you with isolation. They threaten you with being locked up for having COVID. So government itself is already discouraging and stigmatizing people who may come up and say they have COVID, or people who may have had COVID, by isolating them. And when I talk about this, it's not an idle talk. If you look at how we treat people who enter this nation, you find that they are taken, isolated somewhere at their own cost. It's as if it is a crime to have COVID. That is by government. The police threaten to lock you down by government. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge government to have a human face, to have a kind face, because government is responsible for this. And government must think as quickly as possible and partner with the churches, because love is found in religion, it is found in the churches. The closure of churches and the opening of bars is not the right thing. So if we want to fight stigma, let's have our churches opened. They will talk to citizenry and encourage them to discard stigma. We also want to have schools opened as soon as possible, because our teachers who talk to us, our lecturers who talk to us, communicate it very effectively. But if we do not deal with stigma, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you, even in this House, there is no member of this House or any other House who will publicly announce that they are COVID positive. In places like UK, in the US, you will find that leaders come out publicly and say that they are COVID positive, and sympathies and support they get from other interested persons. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to conclude by urging government to lead in the war against ensuring that our COVID patients are not stigmatized, and that there is general acceptance that this is a part of nature. We must fall sick one way or other, and when we are sick, we must be loved. If we are not loved, we will not recover. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to congratulate Senator Milgo for this statement. Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues have said, I think we really need to do something, or maybe we need more capacity building in terms of what COVID is all about. Because stigma is something very serious. And I can see in our country, we are really facing a lot of challenges, especially when somebody has been diagnosed positive, COVID positive. Mr. Speaker, even at our own, rural areas, majority of Kenyans, they don't even understand up to date what COVID is all about. And yet, there is a lot of money that is going to the counties, especially on capacity building and also in terms of emergency to take care of the current situation in our country. I remember there is a case in my county where an old man, the only first case in Isiolo County there, the old man who was found positive, his photo was taken, his ID number was taken, his family members were listed and sent to the whole of social media in the country. Clearly, that is illegal. It's actually interfering with the right of the citizens of this country. And up to date, that old man, even after he has tested negative, he has not come out of that. Mr. Speaker, we need to do something serious as a country and also as a Senate to really sensitize Kenyans about this pandemic. Isolation centers that we have created in this country, they are nothing to go by in terms of isolation. Kenyans are really complaining, they are not being taken care of, they are not being fed, they are just put in those isolation centers without being taken care. Mr. Speaker, something needs to be done. And I hope the Committee of COVID and Health, they will be able to look into these matters and advise accordingly as far as how we should be able to handle the stigma that is going to come up after COVID-19. I thank you, and I support the statement.
Senator Faki, I'll give you.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa fursa hii kuchangia taarifa iliyoletwa na Senator Milgo. Mheshimiwa Spika, stigma ama unyanyapaa ndio tishio kubwa la wananchi katika jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Wale ambao wanaugua COVID na wale ambao pia hawajaugua COVID. Mheshimiwa Spika, utapata kwamba kutoka kwa waziri mpaka kwa madaktari chini wanachukua yule ambaye anaugua COVID kama mtu ambaye anaugua ugonjwa ambao haufai kabisa kwako katika ulimwengu wetu. Kwa hivyo utapata kwamba watu wale wanabaguliwa, watu wale hawaruhusiwi kufanya jambo lolote kwa sababu iko hatari ya kuambukiza watu wengine. Mheshimiwa Spika, hata magonjwa kama vile TB, ukimwi zamani yalikuwa na shida kama hizo, na sijui kwa nini hatujaweza kusoma kwamba kila tukiwatenga wagonjwa kama hawa tunawapatia stigma na vile vile wanashindwa kurejea katika jamii na kuweza kutumika na kuendelea maisha yao. Mheshimiwa Spika, tarehe 1 mwezi huu nilibahatika kwenda katika treatment center moja Mombasa ya TUM, Technical University of Mombasa, ambapo Mombasa County wana treatment center pale. Na jambo la kusikitisha ni kwamba malalamiko mengi walikuwa wanatoa wale ni kwamba walikuwa wamefungiwa, hawana nafasi ya kutoka nje, hawana nafasi ya kuzungumza, na wote ni wagonjwa ambao walikuwa wamethibitishwa kwamba wanaugua COVID. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hata wale wakirudi majumbani kule ambako wanaishi, itakuwa shida kwa jamii kuwakubali, kwa sababu tayari jamii imeweza kuwatenga na kuhakikisha kwamba hawafai kujumuika na jamii. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima katika kupambana na ugonjwa wa COVID tuondoe kabisa hii stigma ama unyanyapaa, kwa sababu bila kuondoa unyanyapaa ina maana kwamba tutaendelea kuwatenga wale wenye COVID kila mara, na mwisho tutakuwa kila mtu anaweza kujitenga na mwingine. Mheshimiwa Spika, japokuwa sipongezi mfumo aliotumia Rais Magufuli wa Jamhuri ya Tanzania, lakini maisha yao yanakwenda vizuri. Watu wanakutana, wanaswali pamoja misikitini, wanasali pamoja kanisani. Juzi tarehe ngapi, tarehe 31 walikuwa na maombi, na sasa nchi yao imeisha corona. Kwa hiyo na sisi lazima tuchukue ujasiri, tuwe na ujasiri kwamba si lazima kuwatenga watu hao. Hata maelezo ya madaktari kwa sasa kutoka WHO yanasema kwamba baada ya muda wa siku 7 ama mtu siku 8 akiwa na virusi vya COVID, havina uwezo tena vile virusi kuambukiza mwingine. Kwa hiyo ni jambo ambalo lazima tuchukue ujasiri, sio kusoma statement kila saa 9 kwamba walioambukiza ni 100, walioachiliwa ni 30, wakati wale wanaachiliwa hawajui wanapokwenda kama jamii itawakubali ama haitakubali. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii.
Okay, honorable senators, we have to, I know there was a bit of interest, but we have to end there so that we go to orders number 8, 9, and 10, and then we'll come back to the statements. Clerk.
Order number 8, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 35 of 2019. Order number 9, the Lifestyle Audit number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 21 of 2019. Order number 10, the Reproductive Healthcare Bill, Senate Bills number 23 of 2019, second reading, division.
What's your point of order, Senator?
Mr. Speaker, I just would like to seek your indulgence and leave of the House that, because you have said that after order number 10, you would wish to go back to statements. But Mr. Speaker, order number 11, we have committee of the whole on this pandemic bill. Everything we're discussing is the bill. And if we go this way, the pandemic will be over before we pass our bill. Mr. Speaker, I request that we come to the bill after that. We finish committee of the whole, and then we can come to statements, Mr. Speaker. I kindly request.
Okay, I'll give direction. Yes, Senator Mohamud. Sorry.
I'm in support of that, Chair, because when you check, like the cancer bill has been here for so long, the cancer bill. So it's better we finish these bills which are in committee stage, and then we do these other things.
Okay, I'll give a direction. Senator Dulo.
Mr. Speaker, I think we discussed the drought bill this morning. And because of the current situation in the country, we really need to pass this bill and also able to utilize the budget. So it's equally a very important bill, and I hope at some stage we'll consider so that we can proceed with it. It has been with us for a very long time. I thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I now direct that the division bell be rung for 5 minutes.
Dear viewers, you can see the Senate is, the Speaker has ordered for the bell to be rung for 5 minutes. This is for, it is on 8, 9, and 10. Order number 8 is Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment number 3, Bill, National Assembly Bills number 35 of 2019. And it is by the Senate Majority Leader, of course, the second reading. It is also going through the division. Order number 9 is the Lifestyle Audit number 2, Bill, Senate Bills number 21 of 2019. By Senator CPA Farhia Ali Haji, MP. This is also the second reading, and it's also going through division. Order number 10 is the Reproductive Healthcare Bill, Senate Bills number 23 of 2019 by Senator Susan Kihika, and it is also going through the second reading. The division is also expected to be done. In the other businesses before the House, we have the Committee of the Whole House, which is the Pandemic Response and Management Bill, Senate Bills number 6 of 2020. And in that particular Committee of the Whole House, there are a number of amendments which are supposed to be done. And these involve clauses 3, which seek to amend by deleting clause number 3. And it is in relation to assessing the country's capacity to deal with the pandemic, develop and publicize an appropriate national plan to manage the pandemic, develop an appropriate post-pandemic recovery framework for all sectors affected by the pandemic, and to develop a community engagement strategy to manage the pandemic and provide up-to-date information to the public on the pandemic.
Order.
Steps taken.
I'll put the question for the 3, for all the 3. I now put the question that the IBC Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2019, be now read a second time. I put the question that the Lifestyle Audit number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 21 of 2019, be now read a second time. I now put the question that the Reproductive Healthcare Bill, Senate Bill number 23 of 2019, be now read a second time. Okay. So like we did last time, you'll vote on the 3. Here.
Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma.
I vote yes. Yes.
Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim.
Yes for the 3.
Senator Boy Isa Juma.
I vote yes, 3 yes. I vote yes for 3, all 3.
Senator Cherarki Samson Kiprotich. Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui.
I vote 3 yeses.
Senator Haji Mohamed Yusuf. Senator Hargura Godana. Senator Imana Malakai Charles Ekal. Senator Kabaka Boniface Mutinda.
Wakuja karibu. Wakuja karibu.
Let them assemble
Seniors.
before you usiende. Just tell them.
Yes. Yes, for the 3. Thank you. Machakos.
Senator Kajuang Moses Otieno. Waku nje hapo tu.
I vote yes. For the 3.
Senator Kamar Margaret Jepkoech. Senator Kangata Irungu. Senator Haniri George.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes for the 3 bills.
Senator Kibiru Charles Robinson.
I vote yes for the 3 bills.
Senator Kihika Susan Wakorura.
We proceed.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi Paul. Senator Kimani Wamatangi Paul.
I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Kangata Irungu.
Vote, I've called you.
Yes.
For
I
the
vote
3.
yes.
For the 3.
For the 3 bills.
Senator Kindiki Kidure. Tharakanithi. Senator Kirinyaga Ephraim Mwangi, Nyeri County. Senator Langat Christopher Andrew, Bomet County.
I vote yes for the 3 bills.
Senator Lelegwe Litumbesi, Samburu County.
I vote yes for the 3 bills.
Senator Linturi Franklin Mithika, Meru County. Senator Loitiptip Anwar, Lamu County. Senator Madzayo Stewart Mwachiru, Kilifi County. Close to the door, please. Let them line up. What is happening? Senator Mahmoud Mohammed Maalim, Mandera County.
I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu, Kakamega County.
I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Mbito Michael Malinga, Trans Nzoia County.
I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako, Migori County.
I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Nyamira County.
Yes, I vote yes for the 3 bills.
Senator Moy Gideon Kipselei Towet, Baringo County. Senator Mpayei Philip Salao, Kajiado County.
I vote yes for the 3 bills.
Senator Murkomen Onesimus Kipchumba, Elgeyo Marakwet County. Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Makueni County.
I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Mwangi Paul Gidiomi, Nyandarua County. Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe, Taita Taveta County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for the 3.
Senator Munyehaji Mohamed Faki, Mombasa County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes for the 3 bills.
Senator Nderitu John Kinywa, Laikipia County.
I vote yes for the 3 days.
Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru, Embu County. Senator Olekina Ledama, Narok County. Senator Ongeri Samson, Kisii County.
I vote yes for all the 3. Thank you.
Senator Orengo James, Siaya County. Senator Outa Frederick Otieno, Kisumu County.
I vote yes for the 3 bills.
Senator Pogisho Samuel Lesuron, West Pokot County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for the 3 bills.
Senator Sakaja Johnson Other, Nairobi County.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of Nairobi County, I vote yes for all the 3 bills.
Senator Wako Siswila Amos, Busia County. Senator Wambua Enoch Kyo, Kitui County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes for all the bills.
Senator Wario Golich Juma, Tana River County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes. Yes. All the three, I vote yes.
Senator Wetangula Moses Masika, Bungoma County.
Okay, clerk, can you call those who may have delayed to come in so that we just counter check?
Senator Kamar Margaret Chepkoech, Washingishu County.
I vote yes for all the three.
Okay. Order, senators. The results, whip, take your seat. You're not. The results are as follows for IBC Amendment Bill number 3, Bill National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2019. The ayes have 30, noes 0, abstention 0. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Act 2011 and for connected purposes.
The results for the lifestyle audit, number 2 bill, Senate bills number 21 of 2019. The results are as follows. The ayes have 30, the noes 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Article 10 and Chapter 6 of the Constitution to provide for the procedure for undertaking lifestyle audit and for connected purposes.
The results for the reproductive health care bill, Senate bills number 23 of 2019. The results are as follows. The ayes have 30, the noes have 0, abstention 0. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the right to reproductive health care, to set the standards of reproductive health, provide for the right to make decisions regarding reproductive health, and for connected purposes.
Okay, Honorable Senators, we are now done with order number 8, 9, and 10. So we will now proceed to order number 11, 12, and 13. Clerk, proceed.
Order number 11, Committee of the Whole, the Pandemic Response and Management Bill, Senate Bills number 6 of 2020. Order number 12, Committee of the Whole, the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 38 of 2018. Order number 13, Committee of the Whole, the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2019.
Order senators. Senator Faki, Senator Shionga. So we are starting on Committee of the Whole on the Pandemic Response and Management Bill, Senate Bills number 6 of 2020.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Amendments by Chairperson Ado Committee.
Madam Speaker, I propose that clause 3 be amended by deleting it.
I propose the question that clause 3 be deleted. I put the question that clause 3 be deleted, division at the end.
Clauses 4 to 8.
I propose the question that clause 4 to 8 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 4 to 8 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Clause 9.
I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. Amendments by the Chairperson Hado Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I propose that clause 9 be amended as per the order paper.
I put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the Chairperson, division at the end. There is a second amendment by Senator Farhia. Senator Farhia, that is clause 9.
I move the amendment as per the order paper.
I propose a question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by Senator Faria. I put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clause 10 to 11.
Madam Speaker, I had a point on that one.
Senator Sakaja, you had something on clause.
Yeah, before you put the question, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to state that the committee has no objection to, for the record, the committee has no objection to Senator Faria's amendment on clause 9. It's just an addition of one of the sub-clauses.
Okay. Clause 10?
Clause 10 to 12.
I propose the question that clause 10 to 12 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 10 to 12 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Clause 13.
I propose the question that clause 13 be part of the bill, amendment by Chairperson.
Madam Speaker, I propose that clause 13 be amended as per the order paper. The essence of these amendments is to make sure that there are reports to Parliament by the national government during a pandemic twice a month, as well as reports on expenditure and resource mobilization, so that we can have accountability and transparency during the time of a pandemic.
I propose the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clause 14 to 18.
I propose the question that clause 14 to 18 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 14 to 18 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Clause 19.
I propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. Amendments by Chairperson.
Madam Speaker, I propose clause 19 be amended as per the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 19 be deleted. Senator Sakaja, I didn't hear you confirm that it is a deletion.
It is a deletion.
Okay.
Actually 19 to 24, but we'll go step by step. Though I think we could have done all of them It's the same
I
amendment.
propose the question that clause 19 be deleted. I put the question that clause 19 be deleted, division at the end.
Clause 20.
I propose the question that clause 20 be part of the bill. Senator Sakaja.
Madam Speaker, I propose the deletion of clause 20.
I propose the question that clauses 20 be deleted as proposed. Senator Sakaja and the rest of the senators on clause 20, Senator Beth Mugo and Senator Farhia had proposed amendments. But if Senator Sakaja, you're deleting the clauses, then there will be no need for deletion or for proposed, there will be no need for proposed amendments by Senator Beth Mugo and Senator Farhia.
Yes, that is true, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the deletion of those clauses is really takes into account many of the concerns that even Senator Faria and Beth raised. So I would want to persuade them to accept the committee's amendment.
So in effect, you are proposing that the deletion will address her concerns. Senator Farhia?
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, my amendment is an additional amendment to the clause, and I'm seeking support for micro and small medium-term enterprise that have never negatively been affected by the pandemic. So, Madam Speaker, I think this is an important amendment that I think the committee needs to consider.
But Senator Farhia, the committee is to address your concerns has decided that they are going to delete the entire clause 20. So there will be nothing for you to amend. Unless that clause 20 was to be retained, then you would amend it. But now, as it were, the committee is proposing that it be deleted as a whole.
Okay, Madam
So there will
Chair.
be nothing for you to amend.
Okay, can I say something?
Proceed, Senator Farhia.
I'm saying that facts need to be addressed somewhere, because our small and medium size enterprises are really suffering as a result of this pandemic. If it is going to appear in another clause, that's fine with me, but for it to be completely deleted, I think is not fair to the, because majority of our companies are just small companies.
Senator Sakaja, how did the committee address the issues being raised and how it addressed it by deleting the whole provision?
Madam Speaker, we've addressed those issues elsewhere. There are new clauses that you proposed, but maybe for the comfort of the senator, if we take Senator Beth's amendment, which even goes into further detail, we'll be comfortable with either. The only issue is Senator Beth Mugo had wanted, I think, Senator Abshiro to pursue amendments, but she's not there. So if by leave of the House, another senator can move those amendments on her behalf, then it will be in order, even if it's Senator Faria. 20.
Then, so you are now withdrawing your proposal to delete clause 20, so that then they can move the amendments.
Yes, I can propose that just for comfort. Of course, we provide it for it elsewhere, but in the abundance of caution, because Senator Faria is really keen on that. Of course, we provided for SMEs and other businesses, but if we were to take one of the amendments, we would take Senator Betts, which covers what Senator Faria is talking about, Madam Speaker. So I withdraw the deletion and move that we accept Senator Betts' amendment.
Now, there is some confusion there, Senator Sakaja. If it has been addressed elsewhere, if you can assure, probably by pointing out where it has been addressed, then we don't need to do a duplicate of the same.
Yes.
So if it is addressed, then
we move the one of Senator Mary Beth.
so to me it will be repetitive for you to to say that you still leave clause 20 there, yet it is still addressed, the same issue is being addressed elsewhere.
Madam Speaker, just more clarity on that. The proposal to remove it is because of the money aspect. And this is with consultation also with the National Assembly, that these provisions will be brought in there. So we don't have the back and forth of whether it is a money bill or not, Madam Speaker. So those are the provisions that create the fund. But what we've said in our new clause is that the Cabinet Secretary, in accordance to the PFM regulations, shall set up a fund. And now those details of that fund will be put in the next house, Madam Speaker. So I actually insist that we go with my committee's original amendment. Senator Faria has understood. I hope.
Senator Faria?
I think we don't want the bill to be thrown away in the pretext of money bill, so I agree with him.
So we take the position of deleting it by the committee. So I propose the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed, be deleted as proposed, division at the end. So that leaves us with the position that Senator Faria's and Senator Beth Mugo's amendments have been withdrawn because the clause has been deleted.
Clauses 21 to 24.
I propose the question that clauses 21 to 24 be part of the bill. Amendments by the chairperson.
Madam Speaker, I propose the deletion of 23 and 24 as per the order paper.
I propose
21, 22, 23, 24.
I propose the question that clauses 21, 22, 23, 24 be deleted as proposed. I put the question that clauses 21, 22, 23, 24 be deleted as proposed, division at the end.
Clause 25.
I propose the question that clause 25 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Madam Speaker, I propose clause 25 be amended by renumbering the existing clause as subclause 1, then deleting the word may, replacing it with shall, so that it's mandatory for the CS to prescribe those provisions, and then inserting a new clause that says that for purposes of subsection 1, the CS shall prescribe, may prescribe measures restricting KRA from enforcement of tax obligations during a pandemic. We've left it as may, so that the CS can be able to use their discretion at that point because KRA is still part of the national government, Madam Speaker.
I propose the question that clauses 25 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clauses 25 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 26.
I propose the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. Amendments by Chairperson, Ad hoc Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I propose the bill be amended by deleting clause 26 and substituting it with a new clause. This clause is the one that looks at loans and mortgages. Madam Speaker, this is after extensive consultation, including with the Kenya Bankers Association and with many other players in the sector, including Central Bank, and they feel this is the best way to put it, that, Madam Speaker, where there's a pandemic has a negative impact on the capacity of a borrower to meet his or her contractual obligations entered into prior to the declaration, then there are certain measures that fall in place. I'm just explaining so that members can be aware that the borrower may give notice of default to writing, then the borrower and the lending financial institution enter into an agreement for the extension. They may. Where they fail to agree on the timeline for extension of the repayment, the lending institution will determine a reasonable timeline for repayment. There shall be no listing by CRB, that is already in place right now. And the statutory notice of realization of a security given shall not be issued during the time of a pandemic, Madam Speaker. Then we've said that the CS, we're giving them the leeway to consult with financial institutions and provide a criteria for debt review and with the approval of Parliament, implement measures to cushion lenders and borrowers, Madam Speaker. That is the import of the amendments in clause 26 that I propose.
I propose the question that clauses 26 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 26 be amended as proposed, division at the end. There is a second amendment by Senator Beth Mugo, the same to be moved by Senator Farhia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Clause 26 to be amended as per the order paper.
I propose the
Madam Speaker.
question. Yes.
Oh, sorry, maybe you propose first, then I can persuade.
Yes, I propose the question that clause 26 be amended as proposed.
Madam Speaker, the concerns of Senator Mugo are taken into account by the committee's amendments, which I have spelled out. Because she's also asking for some period of time and agreement between both the lender and the borrower. That is what we've provided for as a committee. So I want to persuade Senator Faria to drop that amendment.
So in that case, if it has been taken care of, then the amendment should be dropped. Senator Faria?
I hope if Senator Beth Mugo's concerns have been addressed, then I think we should go by the committee amendment.
So you proceed to withdraw?
Yes.
Okay, so I put the question that clause 26 be amended, be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 27.
I propose the question that clause 27 be part of the bill. Amendments, Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also propose that clause 27 be amended as per the order paper. It is just about obligations and during the declaration entered prior to a declaration of a pandemic. And we also add certain subclauses where the CS in finance shall be able to, in consultation with the association representing the greatest number of lending institutions, prescribe an eligibility criteria for a moratorium. That is when a pandemic may cause the need for any such moratorium on certain loans and debts. And then they shall determine the period for which the moratorium will apply with respect to borrowers. Again, this is after extensive consultation with more than 160 stakeholders, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I propose the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clause 28.
I propose the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. Amendments, Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we want to propose the deletion of clause 28 and substituting it with the clause, this is on contractual obligations. And our provision is where a contract was entered into, and this even takes into account Senator Kangata's concerns, Senator Ochilo Ayako's, and some of the concerns that came from different stakeholders, that where a contract was entered into before declaration of a pandemic and the pandemic affects the performance of a contractual obligation, the defaulting party may give notice of default in writing to the other party, citing the reason for the default to be as a result of the pandemic, and the parties to a contract may enter into an arrangement to review the terms of the contract and to extend the timelines for the defaulting party to meet its contractual obligations. Madam Speaker, this is really just saying, at the end of the day, both parties must agree. We can't determine on behalf of two individual contracting parties. And this one also covers the issues of clause 29, which we seek to delete after this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I propose the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. I propose the question that, I put the question that clause 28 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Clause 29.
I propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. Amendments by Chairperson.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I seek to propose that we delete clause 29. Madam Speaker, clause 29 was the very controversial one And we felt that if we have 28 as it is, where contracting party is able to agree, then there's no need to prescribe it for tenancy agreements. So that is the amendment on 29.
I also note that there was to be a second amendment by Kangata, which is similar to Senator Kangata, which is similar to what you have agreed. So I propose the question that clause 29 be deleted as proposed. I put the question that clause 29 be deleted as proposed, division at the end.
Clause 30.
It is also important to note that for Senator Farhia's concern, there was to be another amendment by Senator Mugo, which was to be moved by you, which was also for amendment to delete. So it has been addressed. Senator Faria, you have to say something?
Yes. I just request the chair that because of Senator Beth Mugo probably really thought about these issues and we are dropping all her amendments and she's not here, I request the chair at least to update us so that she understands. Because she's not here now to, know the reasons.
It is important to note that her amendment was to delete, and the same has been done, has been proposed by the committee. Senator Sakaja?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Beth Mugo's amendment was deleting one of the clauses and substituting it. The substitution was to say that if a tenant who is vulnerable or belongs to a vulnerable household, owing to the impact of the pandemic, is unable to meet the obligations, they're unable to meet the obligations because of the pandemic, then they give notice. Then there's a requirement for proof of inability to meet the obligations, review the terms of agreement for the duration. Madam Speaker, the biggest concern, and this one we really went on and on about it in the committee, and many senators and other stakeholders, is that any provision that touches on that one aspect of contractual obligations on its own has the potential of creating uncertainty and even anarchy out there. Madam Speaker, when the newspapers reported the first time about our bill, and of course it was sensational, some people actually stopped paying rent. And so we felt it wiser to just have all contractual obligations dealt with in 28 and remove, such that even the concern, the real concern of Senator Beth Mugo, and she wrote to us, representing many of the landlords who are also represented in this house by themselves, is that we should cushion both the landlord and the tenant. And that is what we provided for in the issue of loans and mortgages. We're cushioning the landlords there. And in the issue of contractual obligations, as well as social support, we're cushioning the tenant. So again, we insist that we drop this clause, Madam Speaker, for now, and we'll cover them in those other two provisions within the bill.
Senator Faria, I hope you're satisfied on behalf of Senator Mugo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes.
So I propose the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clause 30.
I propose the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. Amendments by Senator Irungu Kangata. Senator Kangata? Senator Kangata, you seem to be...
Yeah, sorry, I was a little bit, thank you. So, thank you, Madam Chair. I think, Madam Chair, my concerns have been taken into account by the committee, and therefore I drop the proposed amendment.
Senator Sakaja, I guess that is okay?
That is very good. You know, this is our new whip. He's very magnanimous. I also would like the other sponsors of Clause 30 amendments to drop, because the amendment which I'm about to move takes care of the concerns that they actually had. This is on employment contracts, Madam Speaker, during a pandemic.
So I propose the question that Clause 30 be deleted as proposed. I put the question that Clause 30, Clause 30 be amended as proposed. I put the question that Clause 30 be amended as proposed. And I see we have another amendment by the chairperson. You've already
Madam
talked
Speaker,
about
actually,
it.
what you've done, you've proposed Senator Kangata's, but he has withdrawn it. That is what he did. Now, the only one remaining is Senator Beth Mugo's, which I want to persuade Senator Faria to withdraw as well. And then I can move mine on clause 30. To withdraw hers and Senator Beth
So we
Mugo's.
continue to, let's hear the amendment by, there was an amendment by Senator Beth Mugo.
Okay.
Then there's an amendment by Senator Faria. Can we have the chair first make the amendments? Senator Sakaja.
But you have to be persuaded. Madam, Madam Speaker, I wish to amend clause 30. As I said earlier, in our consultation, we met with the Federation of Kenya Employers. We also met with KOTU, on top of the other stakeholders, and this is what we agreed on labor relations, that the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters relating to labor shall, with the approval of Parliament, develop measures to cushion employers and employees during the pandemic. And then number 2, that the measures taken by an employer who is adversely affected by a pandemic with respect to an employee shall not contravene the existing employment and labor relations laws. In the Labor Relations Act and the Employment Act, there are a lot of provisions already that in normal operation of the law include notice and for an agreement between the employer and employee in case they need to review salaries, etc., through their unions or where there are no unions directly. What we had proposed earlier was that an employer shall not force an employee to take to take a salary cut, and number 2, that they can send them on unpaid leave. Madam Speaker, many people are not able to do that. Even, if you look at all our restaurants, our tourism sector, because, Madam Speaker, the money does not exist. And many employees are saying they would rather have, if they used to be paid 100,000 and the employer says now we can do 50, 50 is better than them being fired. So we want to leave the leeway and give them just space, again, to be able to agree through this, but also to remember that we have other laws. And that's why even the issue of Fairmont we're taking up as a committee, that other laws currently exist that actually cushion employers and employees, Madam Speaker. That is the import of the amendment by our committee.
So I propose the question that clause 30 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 30. No, I propose that the question that clause 30 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 30 be amended as proposed, division at the end. Then we have Senator Beth Mugo's amendments and Senator Faria's amendments. And I wonder whether you still want to make them in view of what Senator Sakaja has just done. Senator Faria?
Madam Speaker, I withdraw my own amendments, and also I will persuade also Senator Beth Mugo to withdraw hers, because I think what he gave addresses her concern.
Now that you, Senator Faria, you've been standing in for Senator Mugo.
Yes.
So maybe we don't have to wait for her to get persuaded.
No. I said I will.
You move on her behalf.
Yes, I am moving that we go with the committee amendments. Because someone is better off with half pay than without pay.
Okay. So those are dropped, so we move to the next.
Clause 31.
I propose the question that clause 31 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 31 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Clause 32.
Clause 32, I propose the question that clause 32 be part of the bill. Amendments by chairperson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the import of this amendment, when we talk about the Cabinet Secretary providing regulations as well as measures for cushioning, we are just changing the word may to shall, so that it is mandatory that such provisions are actually made, Madam Speaker. This amendment is similar to Senator Faria's. She's also changing may to shall, so that we see she has passed some. I withdraw mine and let her move hers. Since it's the same, so Senator Faria, I withdraw the committee amendment.
That is being gender sensitive.
and just in true nature of Nairobi.
True nature
Senator.
of the Senate of Nairobi County. Okay, Senator Farhia.
Madam Chair, I propose that clause 9 be amended as per the order paper. Thank you.
I propose the question that clause 32 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 32 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clause 33.
I propose the question that clause 33 be part of the bill. Amendments, Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to move amendments on to clause 33. When renumbering the existing clause to be a subclause, because now we're going further into it. In the new subclause 1, we're inserting the words during a pandemic after the words other law were in the introductory clause. Then we're inserting word subject to subsection 2 after the word such business may. And then in 3, we've deleted it, B, and substituted it with a new paragraph that the speakers of parliament shall, with the approval of the respective house, make guidelines on the conduct of plenary and committee sittings remotely, and as well for the county assemblies in number 4. Madam Speaker. Then in C, we are inserting a new clause about holding meetings virtually, and this is for different organizations. And a publicly listed company may need to do an AGM, and there are different statutory timelines that may require remote meetings. And so we're saying that it shall be subject to existing laws on the conduct of meetings and validity of resolutions. For instance, if the Senate decides to be able to do virtual meetings, then the existing law, for instance, for quorum or for how the meeting is called must still be adhered to. So this is just for ease of, we've seen a lot of success in meetings being held virtually. Our committees are meeting virtually, but you still have to have your quorum, as usual. We've done now 64 meetings of the pandemic, this ad hoc committee. And so this is just to give it for private sector and public sector, where statutory timelines are required for meetings to be held, that the existing regulations do hold, but then that they can be able to be done with these provisions, Madam Speaker. Thank you. So I move that the clause be amended as stated.
I propose the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clause 34.
I propose the question that clause 34 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 34 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Clause 35.
I propose the question that clause 35 be part of the bill. Amendments, Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to move that clause 35 be amended by deleting the word persons and after discharge of the, in paragraph A, and substituting it therefore with the word officers, because here we're really talking about public officers, Madam Speaker. So it's not just persons.
I propose the question that clause 35 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 35 be amended as I propose the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clause 36.
I propose the question that clause 36 be part of the bill. Chairperson. Senator Sakaja.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the import of this amendment really is to talk about public officers, deleting the words from a public office, appearing immediately after the words or the other benefit and substituting therefore with the words under this act. This is really just cleaning it up, Madam Speaker, nothing much more to that.
Senator Petronila.
Madam Chair, the amendments, we have them already in the order paper. I think the chair should just say as in the order paper so that we keep time. We have other bills that have amendments that we need to pass this afternoon. We already have the amendments with us. He doesn't need to explain.
Is that the feeling of the House that we proceed straight for? Okay, Senator Sakaja, you have noted the concerns. Let us be short as we already have the amendments attached to in the order paper.
So, clause 37.
I propose the question that clause 37 be part of the bill. Amendments by chairperson.
Madam Chair, Senator Faria is trying to convince me that our amendment to clause 37 is similar to ours. Madam Speaker, I propose to move that the bill be amended as proposed in the order paper. This is about penalties. And yes, I'll be brief, but I have to explain to members the import very briefly, Madam Speaker.
Senator Faria, you have an amendment to this clause? And if the same is the same with what the committee has proposed, then you need to guide us on what you want to do with the amendment.
I want to persuade Senator Sakaja to allow me, at least this is just the second one, is allowing me, if they are the same, to allow me to move mine. Because my thinking was, when we say 10 million, if you've taken 100 million, then that is peanuts compared to what you have taken. So my proposal is anybody who steals from the government must pay 3 times what they stole.
Senator Sakaja, is her amendment any different from your amendments?
Madam Speaker, I'm trying to look at amendment. Of course, we have also provided for the 3 times. So I'm trying to see where it's different. No, that is mine. No, that is not a page. 29 is not a page. The page is on the right.
Senator Sakaja, can you hear from me?
Yes, Madam Speaker. The amendment by Senator Faria on 37. No, Madam Speaker, I want to persuade otherwise, because she's only amended that one part for 3 times, which we have, but we've also amended other parts of 37. If you look at both amendments, there's a difference. No. Madam Speaker, I insist. Senator Faria, it's not just about moving amendments. It's actually doing something more than just moving. What you want of 3 times is already provided for, but I'm amending other parts as well in that 37. I don't know if you understand. Yeah. 3 times is in the committee. That is the only one you're doing. Yeah.
Senator Faria?
So her amendment is part of my amendments.
Senator Faria, if your amendments are part of the amendments of the committee, then let's carry the committee's amendment because it has more amendments than just what you proposed.
Okay, I am persuaded, but just let me add something. Is there no provision for someone to move a part and the rest is someone else moves unless there is a contradiction in between?
Senator Faria, you'd be entitled to move your amendments, but if it has been taken care of, then we would just be repeating ourselves.
Okay.
So Senator Sakaja, can you proceed?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I've already proposed the amendment as per the order paper.
Then I propose the question that clause 37 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 37 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clause 38.
I propose the question that clause 38 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 38 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Clause 39.
I propose the question that clause 39 be part of the bill. Amendments by Senator Sakaja.
Madam Speaker, I want to move that the bill be amended on clause 39 as provided for in the order paper. This is just to give all CSs powers to make regulations on their different areas. Before it was just the CS of health, so now it's different sectors being looked into.
I propose the question that clause 39 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 39 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clause 40.
I propose the question that clause 40 be part of the bill. Amendments by Senator Sakaja.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We propose to delete clause 40. Clause 40 was talking about how the pandemic ends. But we've provided for it clearer in a new clause 7A, how the president says that, that a pandemic is no longer a threat. This came from Senator Kajwang and many others who said that some pandemics stay forever, like AIDS. But at some point, the president must say it is no longer an evident threat right now to stability of the economy and etc.
I propose the question that clause 40 be deleted. I put the question that clause 40 be deleted, division at the end.
New clause 7A.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I propose new clause 7A be amended as per the order paper. It is what is providing that on recommendation of the National Committee.
I think she should be proposing that new clause 7A be read
or
a second time.
I propose that new clause 7A be read a second time. Its provision is that I had explained on the declaration of pandemic, the end of a pandemic. We provided for the beginning and now also for the end, for things to go back to some level of normalcy, Madam Speaker.
I propose the question that new clause 7A be now read a second time. I put the question that clause 7A be now read a second time, division at the end.
New clause 30A.
Chairperson, Senator Sakaja.
Madam Speaker, I wish to propose that new clause 30A be read a second time. New clause 30A is about definitions, and we've defined many issues from micro enterprises to vulnerable persons, orphans, etc., as per the order paper, Madam Speaker.
I propose the question that new clause 30A be now read a second time. I propose that new clause 30A be now read a second time, division at the end. I put the question that new clause 30A be now read a second time, division at the end.
New clause 38A.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the last amendment. New clause 38A is on establishment of a fund. Because of those provisions Senator Faria was asking about that we are deleting, this now is okay, because now it says that the CS, following PFM regulation, section 24.4 of the PFM Act, shall be able to provide for that fund, and then we shall enhance this in the other house as we go there. Then, of course, so I propose that new 38A be read a second time, and clause 2.
I propose the question that new clause 38A be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 38A be now read a second time, division at the end.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Madam Speaker, I wish to propose that clause 2 be amended by deleting the definition of the term fund.
I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by Chairperson, division at the end. Amendments by Senator Beth Mugo. Senator Farhia, are you standing in for Senator Beth Mugo on this amendment? Did they consider, the committee consider? We asked the committee whether they... Chairperson, did you consider this amendment?
Yes, we considered all amendments, Madam Speaker, and all 200 submissions. Senator Beth's proposal there is to define vulnerability in more detail, and we have covered that in the new clause that I've just proposed for amendment.
So the committee was okay with our amendment?
No, we've covered it.
You've covered it elsewhere?
So yeah. So she needs to withdraw it. Either way, she's not here to move it.
So that amendment is dropped? They said it's okay. And they have taken into account, so the amendment is dropped. Next.
The title and clause 1.
You're not on mic.
The title and clause 1.
I propose the question that the title and clause 1 be part of the bill. I put the question that the title and clause 1 be part of the bill, division at the end. So we are through with this.
So we will ask the chair to move. We can ask the...
What about this?
No, this one we can't vote now. So we just ask the chair. Then we will go to the next one. This one now we use this, the chair.
So we do all the, then we report. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
To see it again? Oh, sorry.
So we're now making progress.
Yeah.
Progress report.
Ask the mover.
We are reporting progress. That's what we will decide.
Yeah. But the mover has to move. So we'll go until here. So what we'll do?
I'll call you to. So we are now reporting progress on the committee of the whole. Mover.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to move pursuant to Standing Order number 148. I beg to move that the committee do report progress on its consideration of the Pandemic Response and Management Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2020, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
I will put the question, which is that the committee do report progress on its consideration of the Pandemic Response and Management Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2020, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. As many of that opinion say aye, as many as with the contrary opinion say nay, the ayes have it. So we will move to the Committee of the Whole on the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 38 of 2018. This one.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 3 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Clause 4.
I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. To move amendments, Chairperson, Standing Committee on Health.
Madam Chair, I propose that that clause 4 be amended as per the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clause 5, 6, and 7.
I propose the question that clauses 5, 6, and 7 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 5, 6, and 7 be part of the bill, division at the end.
New clause 5A.
Mover to move for second reading, Chairperson, Standing Committee on Health.
Madam Chair, I agree with that.
You need to propose
to
move.
I move that
New clause 5A
new clause 5A be part of the bill.
be read a second time.
Be read a second time, Madam Chair.
I propose that the question that new clause 5A be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 5A be now read a second time, division at the end.
New clause 5B.
Mover to move the amendments.
I propose that the new clause 5B be part of the bill. Be amended to be part of the bill.
To be read a second time.
To be read a second time.
Can you read it properly, please?
I propose
Can
that
you make
the new clause.
can you move properly?
I propose that the new clause 5A be amended to be. I propose that the new clause 5B be amended to be part of the bill.
Be now read a second time.
And be now read a second time.
Can you read again?
I propose that the new clause 5B be read a second time.
I propose the question that the new clause 5B be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 5B be now read a second time, division at the end.
New clause 5C.
Mover to move the new clause. Chairperson, Standing Committee on Health.
I propose the question that new clause 5C be now read a second time.
I propose the question that new clause 5C be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 5C be now read a second time, division at the end.
New clause 5D.
Mover, can you move on the new clause?
I move that the new clause 5D be now read a second time.
I propose the question that new clause 5D be now read a second time. I put the question that new clause 5D be now read a second time, division at the end.
The title and clause 1.
I propose the question that the title and clause 1 be part of the bill. I put the question that the title and clause 1 be part of the bill, division at the end. We now report progress on the Committee of the Whole on the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2018. Mover.
Honorable Chairperson, pursuant to Standing Order 148, I beg to move that the Committee of the Whole do report progress on its consideration of the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2018, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
I will put the question, which is that the Committee of the Whole do report progress on its consideration of the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 38 of 2018, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, we now move to the Committee of the Whole on the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2019.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Mover to move amendments. Chairperson, Committee on Health.
Madam Chair, I propose that clause 3 be amended as per order paper.
I propose the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clause 4.
I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. Mover, Chairperson, Committee on Health.
Madam Chair, I propose that clause 4 be amended as proposed in the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clauses 5 and 6.
I propose the question that clauses 5 and 6 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 5 and 6 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Clause 7.
I propose the question that clause 7 be part of the bill. Mover, Chairperson, Committee on Health.
Madam Chair, I propose that clause 7 be amended as proposed in the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clause 2, the title, and clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 2, the title, and clause 1 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 2, the title, and clause 1 be part of the bill, division at the end. Honorable Senators, we now report progress on the Committee of the Whole on the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2019. Mover.
On Chairperson, pursuant to Standing Order for 148, I beg to move that the Committee of the Whole do report progress on its consideration of the Cancer Prevention and Control Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2019, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
I will put the question, which is that the Committee of the Whole do report progress on its consideration of the Cancer Prevention and Control Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2019, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. As many of that opinion say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Honorable Senators, Madam Speaker,
Honorable Senators, we are now going to start the reports, starting with Pandemic Response and Management Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2020. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report progress that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Pandemic Response and Management Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2020, and seeks leave to sit again tomorrow.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the said report on the Pandemic Response and Management Bill, and I wish to ask my very able Vice Chair, Senator Kasanga, to second.
Senator Kasanga.
Madam Speaker, I second.
Honorable Senators, I will now propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable Senators, I will now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. Senators, the next committee report is on the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 38 of 2018. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report progress that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 38 of 2018, and seeks leave to sit again tomorrow.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. And I call upon Dr. Ali to second.
I second.
Tally.
I second.
Thank you, Senators. Senators, I will now propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Senators, I will now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee on the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, the next report is on the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2019. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report progress that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Cancer Prevention and Control Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2019, and seeks leave to sit again tomorrow.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the said report, and I ask Senator to second.
Senator.
I second.
Honorable Senators, I wish to propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable Senators, I would now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. Thank you, Senators. Next. Honorable Senators, we would like to go back to statements as was promised earlier. And the statements are now pursuant to Standing Order 48-1. The first statement is by Senator Malala. I don't see him. Then the next one is a statement by Senator Architect Sylvia Kasanga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually have two statements. I hope you'll allow me to go through both. Thank you. I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transport and Infrastructure regarding the National Construction Authority Defects and Liability Regulations 2020 that were recently gazetted by the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works. In the statement, the committee should explain why public participation and adequate stakeholder engagement was not conducted during development and prior to gazettement of the regulations. 2, provide adequate information on the ambiguous and contradictory interpretations that potentially invalidate most construction contracts in Kenya. 3, elaborate on the measures put in place to ensure the construction environments as well as ongoing projects in national and county levels will not stall unnecessarily due to these regulations. And 4, provide detailed plan and projections of what the relevant ministry intends to address by expeditiously operationalizing these regulations. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can proceed?
Yes, if I don't see anybody signaling, wanting to say something about the first one. Yes. Ochila yako.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, National Construction Authority is an entity of national government. And Madam Speaker, it is sad that national government is trying to operate as if county governments do not have regulatory authority and do not have the mandate to regulate what goes on within their jurisdictions. Madam Speaker, the Committee of Roads that is responsible for the response we are seeking must tell us why public participation was not conducted and why an opportunity for counties to fight for their space and jurisdiction was not afforded Kenyans. Otherwise, we are having a situation where national government through its institutions are clawing back on matters that belong correctly to counties. And this is something that as a Senate we must jealously safeguard. Thank you. I support this statement. It's a statement that has given us opportunity to defend the turf that belongs to counties, for which we have been elected to do and are mandated by the Constitution, Article 94 and 95. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Anybody else? Okay, if not, then I will give Senator Kasanga a chance to present. I guess it's the one on mental health. Yes, it's not in the order paper, but
it's been
the
approved.
approval is here.
Yes.
Okay.
Say something. Sorry.
Okay, Senator Barreno, have I skipped you?
Sorry, Speaker. I wanted to give an input to Senator Kasanga's statement, but I wanted to understand more, and I was consulting with her by the time you were almost ruling that we proceed to the next level. Madam Speaker, I sit in the delegated legislation committee, and maybe some of these concerns could have been thrashed out if some of these regulations pass through the test that is meant to be sieved out by the delegated legislation committee. Because, you know, according to even the Act, you cannot proceed to do regulations that are contrary to the parent Act. Regulations in themselves are supposed to be running smooth. They're supposed to be derived from the Act. And I'm told by Senator Kasanga that the implications they have is actually a violation of the traditional contracts that are done within the construction industry, Madam Speaker. So I think this is really bad, and it is maybe time for us to probably recall those regulations, and if they have to come to the delegated legislation, then that is where they can be thrashed out. And at the end of the day, maybe they should not apply if they are contrary to the act that from which they are supposed to flow. So, Madam Speaker, I'm even told that the provision in that regulation is such that it gives liability to people who are not supposed to have liability in as far as the construction industry is concerned. So that is really a shift in as far as and a violation to the provisions of any law. So if they are shifting liability by use of regulations, then that is really wrong and they should not be applied. So, Madam Speaker, I support that statement, and we should be able to hear from the relevant committee why such regulations should apply.
what's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, you had given Senator Sylvia Kazanga an opportunity to proceed to the next statement. Madam Speaker, I stand to be corrected, but I did not hear you refer it to the relevant committee. The importance of that, Madam Speaker, is if you look at the Constitution, is any entity that is not Parliament does not have the authority to make anything that is law. So if it is not referred to the relevant committee and it dies without a report being brought back to this House, then we'll have allowed an entity that is not Parliament to have created legislation that amounts to law. So would I be in order to request you to refer it to the right committee?
Thank you, Senator, for raising that. May I therefore confirm that the statement from Senator Kasanga stands, the first statement stands committed to the Committee of Roads and Transportation, and we give them 2 weeks to report, 14 days to report. Thank you. The second statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Health regarding the mental health in Kenya in view of cessation of movement and curfew currently obtaining in the country. In the statement, the committee should elaborate measures the Ministry of Health has put in place to deal with mental health cases, provide a comprehensive report on the state of mental health in the country, including county data reports, categories of people most at risk, the performance of hospitals and clinics, as well as suitable recommendations, elaborate on mechanisms that have been put in place to deal with escalated mental illnesses during the pandemic and post-pandemic, and fourth, expound on the designated task force, expound on when the designated task force shall release the mental health report, considering it concluded its work in February 2020. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Anybody? Yes, Senator Ongeri.
Thank you for the statement by Senator Sylvia Kasanga. It's an important message, statement, because mental health is one of those illnesses that is very heavily misunderstood. People suffer from various types of mental illnesses, including, in quotes, even the ones who call themselves normal. They also have some form of mental illnesses, one or the other, because of anxiety states on something, either family anxiety or an anxiety because of loss of opportunity or loss of a job, or anxiety because of loss of a good harvest from the farm, and many other activities of that nature. And consequently, there's been a stigma attached to this kind of illnesses, and yet this could easily pass for a normal illness without any problem, without any difficulty, that only people misunderstand it. And earlier on today, Madam Speaker, there was an allusion about the stigma on COVID-19 disease. Stigma is a dangerous element to be adopted in any society, because what it actually means is to ostracize or discriminate against that individual, whether that individual has mental health or has any other illnesses like today, the COVID-19 disease, and therefore are not wanted, in quotes, in society. That's a dangerous trend. And I may quote from my own personal experience, because when we had the 1999 HIV pandemic, which is the best example one can fall back to and quote, people dreaded to hear that there was HIV/AIDS, and we had to make every single effort to demystify the HIV/AIDS, that it was a normal process, it's normal disease by a virus or by an illness that we can now be treated eventually. It's only that the cost of drugs were extremely prohibitive because of the nature of the patent drugs, what we call the antiretroviral drugs, were very expensive, and therefore people were unable to be able to afford it. Otherwise, at that time I adopted the approach that one element that one can be able to take is to take adequate enough nutrition. Secondly, in the line of drugs, we had to bring down the cost of those drugs by getting a special sitting in Mombasa by Parliament to be able to pass this as a national disaster. And therefore, we were able to draw in on the World Trade Organization arrangement, TRIPS arrangement, where we could, once a country declares a national disaster, then you can access what we call the generic drugs. And they became cheaper at that time. The patented drugs, the antiretroviral drugs, were costing about $1,000. These were way out of the reach, and therefore people were discriminated. People, when they knew that you had HIV/AIDS, they would run away. And when we reduced these prices, and we said they can live a normal life, they don't have to be discriminated, there was enough education, enough knowledge to the public that this is not a transmissible disease by just contact. It was only by other means of contact that it was being transmitted from one individual to another. And therefore, we were able to break that cycle of stigma and bring it back to normalcy. Secondly, when we had the Highland malaria, which devastated a lot of people, it was another pandemic. And we were able to bring in measures to treat. People developed a phobia, thinking that if you went to a malarious area in Nyanza, for instance, or Western Kenya, and you came back to Nairobi, they would say, you don't bring me the Highland malaria, which was then killing people by drones. And we had to again put in some measures to clear that tag, that this was not an element that you need to worry about. Similarly, infectious diseases like COVID-19 are self-limiting if we follow the instructions that have already been given by the government, because the mode of transmission is cut off if we are able to observe the 2-week quarantine, either self-quarantine or forced quarantine, of course with the human face in it, and also if we have to treat them in hospitals. Because after that period, they convalesce and they get better, and therefore they have no virus to transmit to anybody. And the stigma that's associated with it is wrong, because these people stay with us and they stay with the families. The statement before us, Madam Speaker, is about the mental health. What is the Ministry of Health doing to be able to demystify this level of stigma that's attached to mental illnesses? A mental illness is like a cough, it's like malaria, it's like a fever, it's like anything else that will come to an individual, and with that brotherly love and brotherly care and educating the public, people can get back to normal and be able to do their normal things without any interruption and without any idea whatsoever whether they had any form of mental illnesses. That's why all along I've been a strict proponent that unless you have the extreme types of psychiatric problems, which will be managed by some drugs, psychotropic drugs, or we call the psychodepressive drugs, and those will only be handled by the doctors, and there are no more ways of dealing with them. They can be put in hospitals which have been set aside for treatment. That does not mean that the mental illnesses will be transmitted from one individual to another. And therefore, this stigma element, I'm talking on stigma across the illnesses that the normal populations get without causing any undue distress. It's very important that we must be able to keep aloof some people who have been possessed of that. Now, therefore, the major element that needs to come into any Ministry of Health is, first of all, to have competent communicators, to have competent teachers who can be able to educate people, teach people about a given sequence of a problem and deal with it. And once they have been properly educated, people will understand what the problem is all about, and therefore this element of stigma will come out, and those individuals will not be segregated from the social strata or from any society they are in. It's important that these are the people who stay with us in our homes. They may be family members, they may be people who may be your classmates or your workmates, and therefore they need sympathy. It's just like when people had epilepsy and they were falling down. I noticed when somebody had an epileptic attack, people running away, thinking that if you assist that individual from that problem, that you will also be able to be transmitted with that epileptic attacks. Far from it, because the causes of epilepsy, again, is a misunderstanding of what the problem and the cause effect is of epileptic attack may be varied from trauma, scar, or from other elements that it can be defined. And again, treatment and care can be able to prevent bad accidents from happening. People with mental illnesses may be driven to extreme end if they are able to be pushed, because their stress levels may not be very, very strong, that they can withhold that stress that comes upon them. And therefore, it's important the Ministry of Health is able to look at these ways of bringing in these kind of patients, to give them care and support, and soon they'll get out of that dilemma, and there'll be no more people, no more individuals like you and me walking around without any difficulty. So, Madam Speaker, I agree and I support this statement that when the Ministry of Health does look at it, first of all, look at the facilities being availed in the counties throughout the country, at the national level and the county level, because mental health can be treated in the normal, either in the normal health center, so long as you understand the effect of it and the cause of it without running away from it. Therefore, I support this statement, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Faria had pressed. I think, is she giving in? Senator Faria. Order, Senator Faria. Thank you. Okay, Senator Faria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me opportunity to congratulate Senator Milgo for bringing this statement. I had the stigma. I thought it was still has. Okay, let me contribute to both. In terms of, and I also want to thank Senator Kasanga for her statement in terms of stigma. Stigma, I think, brings around a lot of worry. People, when they are stigmatized, they worry a lot. And when they worry a lot, even their immunity level goes down. And therefore, as a society, I think people don't choose which disease to get. People don't choose, some of these diseases, is just airborne. There's nothing you could have done, but you got it, like COVID-19 or even mental health issues. Therefore, it is, so the people would help, society will be much more helpful to people who are suffering from certain ailments if they were more considerate, if they were more human, if they were more considerate in terms of, having sympathy with these people. And then also it impacts on treatment. People who are stigmatized never even go for treatment. So that means if it is like COVID-19 and someone is stigmatized, they will continue spreading without going to the hospital because of the fear of stigma. So I think as a society, I think it is high time people are sensitized in terms of stigmatization of issues that are beyond the control of nobody asks for a disease. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I wish to request Kenyans that please let us stop stigmatization of people with certain, and they need our sympathy, and they need our love, and they need our, you know, like our consideration in terms of their situation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. The next statement is from Senator Petronila Wera Logorio.
Next, okay.
And just for the avoidance of doubt, the second statement of Senator Kasanga stands committed to the Committee of Health. And I give them 14 days to report back to the House. Senator Petronila.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding support for unionizable employees adversely impacted by COVID-19 from the Central Organization of Trade Unions COTU Emergency Fund, as well as similar funds of about 41 COTU affiliate labor unions. In the statement, the committee should state how much each of the 41 COTU affiliate unions contribute towards the COTU Emergency Fund, and how much has been collected by COTU from affiliate labor unions so far towards the emergency fund for the umbrella labor union. Secondly, the committee should state how much has been collected by COTU affiliate unions from their members towards emergency funds of the respective labor unions. Thirdly, that it should state the nature of emergencies for which the emergency funds administered by COTU and its affiliate labor unions cover. Next, that the committee should state the criteria for qualification of members to benefit from the emergency funds under COTU and its affiliate labor unions, and that it should also provide information on the number of unionizable employees who have lost their jobs per sector since the first case of COVID-19 was reported in the country. And next, Madam Speaker, that the committee should state how many of the unionizable employees who have fallen out of employment or faced difficulties as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, such as those under the Kenya Hotels and Allied Workers Union, Kenya Aviation and Allied Workers Union, Kenya Plantation and Agricultural Workers Union, Kenya Union of Entertainment and Music Industry Employees, Kenya Long Distance Truck Drivers and Allied Workers Union, Kenya Union of Hair and Beauty Salons Workers, amongst other trade unions. Madam Speaker, as I indicated earlier, there are 41 of them that have benefited from emergency funds under COTU and its affiliate labor unions, and how much has been remitted to the affected union members. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Senator Achila yako?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know there are challenges of identifying members when they wear masks. We all look alike. We cut our hair short, and you could mistake me for the majority leader on the other side because we are tall. And now, Madam Speaker, I want to loud...
True, you have the same height.
Yes, and we are very nilotic, except I do fishing, he does livestock. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate my sister for remembering unionizable workers. Madam Speaker, unionizable workers are not workers who just belong to union. Every worker who is eligible to belong to a union, who does not belong to management, is a unionizable worker. As we speak, Madam Speaker, many workers in this nation are starving, their dependents are starving, their families and themselves are starving and are suffering the economic and social effects of COVID. As we speak today, I represent a county called Migori County. We have a public-owned sugar mill called Sony Sugar Company that has or employs very many people, particularly unionizable ones, both directly and indirectly. Madam Speaker, before the invasion of COVID, before COVID visited our shores, the employees of Sony Sugar Company had not been paid their wages from as early as March last year, 2019. They had not been paid their wages because the factory was doing poorly, the factory was not getting revenues. This applies to Mumias, this applies to Nzoia, this applies to Chemelil, Muhoroni, and all the public-owned sugar mills. The unionizable employees in those factories, including other employees that belong to management, have not been receiving their salaries. Now COVID has appeared. These are employees that are employed by factories owned by the government. They are essentially public servants, but under the guise of state corporation. They have not been paid to date. Now this statement is so important because we really want to know if our government is interested in public servants. We have teachers, of course, they get their salary, they are suffering. Those are unionizable employees. But there are others who have not received any payment. There are others in hospitality industry whose contracts have been terminated. I am sure there is no severance pay. There is no no particular package that has been given to them to take them home. So, Madam Speaker, the committee that is responsible for the response that we are seeking here should tell us what plans do we have to mitigate the adversities that these employees are suffering, employees are affected, and as a nation that is concerned.
Honorable Senator, stays off. Is that the phone that is shaking everywhere? Please check your phones and put them in silent.
Thank you. We need to know that how many of our employees, and they have dependents. They are our people, we also depend on them for performance. In fact, the performance of any organization is dependent upon the attitude of an employee. So if an employee has not been paid since last year, and then COVID has appeared and there are no prospects, we are likely to suffer more if we do not know these employees, if we have no plans for them. I do not think that they will resume productivity. So I want to request the Labor Committee that is responsible for this response to give us a detailed response regarding what plans are there to mitigate the effects of COVID on the lives of this employee, particularly the ones in public-owned sugarcane or public-owned sugar factories, like Mumias, like Nzoia, like Sony, like Chemelil, because the ripple effect, if these fellas do not work, Sony, for instance, is covering the entire Homa Bay County, Migori County, and Narok County in terms of sugar production. Mumias is covering the entire Western. So if these fellas are not motivated, then families of farmers who deliver cane, business people who supply cane or supply other things to those factories will be affected by the non or poor performance of these employees. So, Madam Speaker, I beg the committee to give us a very good answer, and particularly to extract from the responsible minister information regarding when these employees, unionizable or otherwise, will receive their payment, so that they are hopeful and they expect and know that their government and their leaders care. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. I don't see another request, so I would like to commit this statement to the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare and expect them to work expeditiously and bring the report back in 14 days. Next statement, Senators, is Abshiro Alaka is not here. So the last statement is from Senator Dr. Alice Milgo.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Sorry. Yes, what's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, though it is not listed, I also had a statement, and the Speaker had indicated that the Speaker who was seated there, before you came in, had confirmed to me that I was going to read that statement.
Okay, I'll give you a chance. Dr. Milgo?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise a pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations concerning the death of one person and injury to 3 others in Bomet County between September 2019 and June 2020, apparently caused by mauling by, according to residents, a mysterious creature. In the statement, the committee should investigate the matter with a view of ascertaining the cause of death and injuries, which in the most recent attack on 2nd June 2020 resulted in the ripping off of a man's left ear, gouging out of his eyes, and mauling of his knee, leaving him hospitalized at a mission hospital in a critical condition. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the man died. B, outline the measures, if any, being put in place to ensure the safety and security of residents of Bomet from this kind of attacks now in future, bearing in mind that Bomet County borders more forests, Madam Speaker, and it is not uncommon that we shall have such creatures coming out and actually attacking the residents. And lastly, state whether there are plans to assist the victims of these attacks in view of the allegations by residents that a mysterious creature, which of course falls into the wildlife, is responsible for attacks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. I see no contribution, so I would like to, being a statement under Standing Order 48-1, this statement stands committed to the Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Affairs, and they have 14 days to bring the report back to the House. Thank you, members. Senator Pareno, I'm looking for your statement. 48-1?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would like to rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Ad Hoc Committee on COVID-19 situation in Kenya concerning sharing of the cash 5 billion conditional grant to county governments for COVID-19 emergency response. Madam Speaker, in that statement, the committee should, 1, explain the criteria for allocation of the cash 5 billion conditional grant to county governments for COVID-19 emergency response. 2, explain why some counties with no COVID-19 cases have received far bigger allocations than counties that have reported coronavirus disease cases. 3, state why special consideration was not given to all counties bordering neighboring countries which are currently grappling with imported cases of the disease in allocation of the funds. And 4, explain why some counties with well-developed healthcare systems, infrastructure, have been allocated more funds than those with fragile health systems infrastructure. Madam Speaker, a schedule has already been done for the release of these 5 and how they have allocated this 5 billion, Madam Speaker. And I want to just give examples of about 3 counties. Madam Speaker, Kajiado County right now has 96 cases of COVID-19, while Busia has about 211 cases. Madam Speaker, the allocation for Kajiado County is about 52 million, while the allocation for Busia is about 100 million. Madam Speaker, Kakamega County, that has
Senator
only
Pareno,
3 cases, has been
Senator
allocated.
Pareno, I don't want you to be tempted to answer your own question.
Yes, I'll conclude at that, Madam Speaker. I stand
to
guided.
leave the question to the committee.
Yes, so Kakamega has 262 million, while you only have 3 cases. Madam Speaker, so we are saying, can the committee answer these questions? Madam Speaker, I end by saying that CS Mutahi Kagwe, who has done a very good job, has been saying that if you treat this disease normally, it will treat you abnormally. If this is the way we are going to treat this disease, we are still behaving like we are using the same index that we were using to allocate funds well before the COVID-19 arrived, and we are not bothered about the effect it has had on several counties. Madam Speaker, it is going to be shocking for this country. So, Madam Speaker, I ask that you guide us according to the standing orders, so that then we have a committee that will hear and investigate these matters and report back to this. It is so urgent, Madam Speaker. It is an issue of livelihood. It is an issue that touches on the very core of how we can handle this disease, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Chila Yako.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to laud my sister for raising this very pertinent issue. Madam Speaker, the reason that these funds are being shared out, it's not that they are funds to be shared out. It is an emergency. It's extraordinary times. And during emergency, Madam Speaker, you look at vulnerability, you look at prevalence in areas where this pandemic is. You do not share it as if you are doing things normally. If you look at the sharing that is going on right now, the Commission on Revenue Allocation has been given the mandate to share it out. They are basing their sharing on a formula that does not take cognizance of the fact that we are under extraordinary times. I am a representative of the county of Migori. The porosity along the border of Migori is only comparable to Busia, to Kajiado, or to Taita Taveta, to Kwale, as you go down the coast, and to Mandera and other places. And as we speak, Madam Speaker, today, Migori is getting infections from Tanzania, the same way infections are getting into Kenya through Busia. But when you look at the sharing of this grant that is supposed to help us fight COVID, the formula that has been used is Commission on Revenue Allocation formula. So why then are we sharing, and this should be answered by the committee, the grant that is available based on normal formula without taking cognizance of the fact that certain border or frontier counties are more prone to, are more exposed, and are more likely to introduce and continue introducing this virus into the nation. Madam Speaker, if we behave as if Kajiado, Migori, Busia, Mandera, the coastal counties do not matter, we are not even safe here in Nairobi. This infection of COVID will enter into Kenya through Kajiado and travel to Nairobi. The same way when people were thinking about it, thought that China is very far. So, Madam Speaker, I want this particular committee, the responsible one, to find out from the minister whether his rhetoric about extraordinary times was part of the consideration when this money was being shared. I want this committee to specifically tell the people of Migori, the people of Kajiado, the people of Busia, the people of Trans Nzoia, the people of Turkana, the people of Mandera, and of course Lamu and other frontier counties, whether there is additional fund that is now called emergency, because this is just a normal health allocation based on the general formula that is being used. And lastly, Madam Speaker, because it's extraordinary times, I want the committee specifically to tell us what measures they have put in place to ensure that these funds will not go into waste or misuse or to poor governance, because that is also another threat that we need to deal with, and we need to deal with very, very urgently. Otherwise, I want to take this opportunity to thank Senator Judy Pareno for thinking about us frontier counties, Migori and Kajiado and other counties. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senators, we have our ad hoc committee on COVID-19 situation in Kenya still running. So I would like to commit this statement to that committee. That's the committee on the ad hoc committee on COVID-19 situation in Kenya. And because of the urgency of the matter, we give them 7 days so that they report next Tuesday. Thank you. The last statement is pursuant to Standing Order 52-1, the Senate Majority Leader to issue a statement on the business of the Senate for the week commencing Tuesday, 16th June 2020.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 52-1, I hereby present to the Senate the business of the House for Tuesday, 16 June 2020. As you are aware, the COVID-19 situation in Kenya has affected the conduct of parliamentary business both in plenary and in committees. Honorable Senators will recall that on 17th March, 14 April and 2nd June 2020, the Senate resolved to alter its calendar to adjust its plenary sitting to conform to the World Health Organization and the Ministry of Health guidelines to curb the spread of the virus, which necessitated a change in the number of sittings per week and the number of senators to sit in the chamber at any particular time to observe the requirement for social distancing. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank all honorable senators for their understanding and by adjusting to the prevailing circumstances and abiding by the attendance guidelines for conducting business. Going forward, senators will note that arrangements have now been made to ensure that all senators are able to participate in the plenary sittings without the need for a designated list of specific senators to attend the sitting. In this respect, I urge senators with business listed on the order paper to ensure that they are available to prosecute the same within the allocated time. I also urge respective standing committees to use the available opportunity on Wednesdays and Thursdays to expeditiously conclude consideration of bills, petitions, and statements referred to them and table reports pursuant to the standing orders. Madam Speaker, honorable senators will recall that on 14th May 2020, a meeting of all senators to deliberate on the third basis for revenue sharing among governments and convened by the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget in conjunction with the Commission on Revenue Allocation. Following this meeting, the committee retreated to conclude its consideration on the matter and to prepare its report to the Senate. This is very long. I take this opportunity to urge the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget to expedite consideration of this matter. Its conclusion will then pave way for consideration and passage of the county allocation of revenue bill. Honorable senators will agree with me that a speedy resolution of these two crucial business will go a long way to ensure that county governments have the necessary funding for their projects and programs in the next financial year, taking into consideration the COVID-19 pandemic, which has necessitated a reorientation of the priorities at both national and county level. Madam Speaker, Honorable Senators will further recall that on Tuesday, 2nd June 2020, following the tabling of the report of Parliamentary Service Commission on the appointment of Commissioner under Article 127(2)(d) of the Constitution and Section 9 of the Parliamentary Service Act, the Speaker referred the nomination for appointment to the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights pursuant to Standing Order 71(1). Pursuant to Standing Order 71(3), the Standing Committee is required to conduct public hearing on the appointment and to table report within 14 days. I urge Standing Committee on Justice, Legal and Human Rights to conclude its consideration of the report of the Parliamentary Service Commission for the appointment of a commissioner under Article 127(2)(d) of the Constitution and table a report within the stipulated timeline. Madam Speaker, with respect to other business of the Senate, on Tuesday, 16 June 2020, the Senate Business Committee will meet to schedule the business of the Senate. On the same day, 16 June 2020, the Senate will consider bills scheduled for second reading and those at the Committee of the Whole stages. The Senate will also continue with consideration of business that will not be concluded in today's order paper, including motions, petitions, and statement. Madam Speaker, a total of 22 bills are due for recording for second reading. These are the Election Law Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2017. Number 2, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 40 of 2018. 3, the Government Contracts Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2018. 4, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 2 of 2019. 5, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 16 of 2019. 6, the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 63 of 2019. 7, the Sectional Properties Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019. 8, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment number 3, Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2019. 9, the Lifestyle Audit number 2, Bill, Senate Bill number 21 of 2019. 10, the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 51 of 2017. 11, the National Drought Management Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2019. 12, the Reproductive Health Bill, Senate Bill number 23 of 2019. 13, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 24 of 2019. The Law of Succession Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 1 of 2020. 15, the Prompt Payment Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2020. 16, the County Revenue Resource Development Bill, Senate Bill number 2 of 2020. 17, the Community Health Service Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2020. 18, the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2020. 19, the Parliamentary Powers and Privilege Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2020. 20, Livestock and Livestock Products Marketing Board Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2019. 21, the Representation of Special Interest Group Laws Amendment Bills, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2019. And 22, Equalization Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2019. In addition, there are another 20 bills at the Committee of the Whole stage. These are the County Government Retirement Scheme Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2018. Number 2, the Retirement Benefit Deputy President and Designated State Officers Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 2 of 2018. Number 3, the Election Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 33 of 2019. 4, the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2018. Number 5, the National Museum and Heritage Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2019. Number 6, the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 9 of 2019. 7, the County Tourism Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2019. 8, the County Hall of Fame Bill, Senate Bill number 39 of 2018. 9, the Street Vendors Protection of Livelihood Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2019. 10, the Establishment of Children's Homes Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2019. 11, the Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2019. 12, the Registration of Persons Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2019. 13, the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 15 of 2019. 14, the County Licensing Uniform Procedure Bill, Senate Bill number 17 of 2019. 15, Election Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 18 of 2019. 16, the Alternative Dispute Resolution Bill, Senate Bill number 19 of 2019. 17, the Fisheries Management and Development Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2019. 18, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2018. 19, the Circle Societies Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2018. And the Pandemic Response Management Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2020. Consideration of these bills will be prioritized by the Senate Business. I urge respective standing committee to expeditiously conclude consideration of the same and table reports pursuant to the standing orders. The reports will enrich debate at the second reading stage and will also afford the Senate time to effectively navigate amendments during the committee of the whole stage. Madam Speaker, the following bills are pending division at second reading and committee of the whole respectively. These are number 1, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2019. 2, the Lifestyle Audit number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 21 of 2019. 3, the Reproductive Health Bill, Senate Bill number 23 of 2019. 4, the County Assembly's Procedure Bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2018. 5, the Office of the County Attorney Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2018. And the County Early Childhood Education Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2018. I want to urge all senators to avail themselves for the voting process so that the House dispenses with these bills and move to the next stage. There are also several bills scheduled in today's order paper for second reading and committee of the whole stages. I request the respective movers of these bills to accordingly avail themselves. Madam Speaker, before I conclude, I wish to draw the attention of the House to 53 petitions pending before the respective standing committee as follows. Number 1, 21 are pending before the Standing Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources. 2, 4 are pending before the Standing Committee on Health. Number 3, there are 3 petitions pending before the Standing Committee of National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations. Number 4, 5 are pending before Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. 2 are pending before the Standing Committee on Tourism and Trade and Industrialization. 1 is pending before the Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration. 3 are pending before the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation. 2 are pending before the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget. 2 are pending before the Standing Committee on Education. 7 are pending before the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. 2 are pending before the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Resolution. 1 is pending before the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. I take this opportunity to urge standing committees to expeditiously conclude with the petitions and to table reports pursuant to Standing Order 232-2. Madam Speaker, I thank you and hereby lay the statement on the table of the House. I thank you. Sorry it was a bit long. Thanks.
Thank you. Long but very good details. Leader of Majority. Honorable Senators, following consultations, I would like to defer order number 14, order number 15, and order number 16. All of them are the division stage. So next order.
Order number 17, the prompt payment bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2020, second reading.
Yes, again, there was consultation on this one and it's been deferred. Are you on a point of order, Senator Faria?
Okay,
Sorry, this one is not being deferred. This one was being moved.
Yes.
And so we are on standing order number 17, the prompt payment bill. The Senator Faria Haji was on the floor moving, and she had a balance of 50 minutes. 50 minutes, because you normally, as a mover, you have the opportunity to use up to 1 hour, but you don't have to use the 1 hour because your colleagues may wish to have some time, even more time than you. So yes, Senator Faria, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, but this bill has a co-sponsor. I don't know whether the seconding can be deferred for the co-sponsor or we just go ahead with it. I seek your indulgence. I will continue moving and finish. When I finish, then I'm requesting if the seconding can be deferred because I am co-sponsoring the bill.
Senator, you have a lot of time. We only have 20 minutes to go. So if you are moving, we'll complete the 20 minutes, then it means the seconder will come after, later. But you have no problem with the seconder also, even if it is seconded here, that the co-sponsor can still have time to speak like any other member in Senate. I see a point of order from Senator Dulo.
Madam Speaker, it looks like Senator Faria, maybe she is not prepared to proceed with this matter because there is a bill that is a bit urgent, the Drought bill. I don't know with her permission if we can proceed with that or maybe we give an
Senator
opportunity.
Faria, you feel strongly that we wait for the co-sponsor?
Yes, Madam Speaker, and given what the Deputy Majority Leader has requested, I'm convinced that I can wait.
Thank you, Senators. So we defer order number 17 and move to order number 18, the next order.
Order number 18, the National Management Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill
Drought.
number 26
Can you
of
reread it
2018.
again? Can you reread it again?
Order number 18, the National Drought Management Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2019, second reading.
Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to move this bill that reads the National Drought Management Authority Amendment Bill 2019. And I wish to thank Senator Faria, Deputy Whip of the Senate, to have allowed us to move this particular bill because it's rather urgent and it has been with us for some time. Madam Speaker, I really thank the government to have agreed to amend this particular bill so that we can be able to utilize the budget and Drought Management Authority. Madam Speaker, the bill seeks to amend the National Drought Management Act number 4 of 2016, which is really very critical, and I hope as soon as we pass this bill, it will be able to help Kenyans who are really yearning for this fund to be able to help Kenyans to benefit from the budget that is already in account. Madam Speaker, the bill also amends several provisions in the Act relating to establishing drought coordination framework. Clearly, this shows that the bill is coming up with a framework where how drought can be coordinated in this country. And again, it provides powers and functions of the authority, which clearly shows how the authority will be able to man the fund. Madam Speaker, the Act establishes National Drought Emergency Fund. I believe as a country we've been facing a lot of challenges in terms of how this budget should be utilized. And if we pass this particular bill, Madam Speaker, then Kenyans will be able, especially those who are from ASAL areas, can be able to enjoy this particular fund. And it's really awaiting this particular bill to amend how the fund can be operationalized. Madam Speaker, there is a lot of problem, especially during drought in our country, especially in the areas affected, ASAL areas in this country. Because every time you will see that we are fighting for proper legislations to be put in place in ASAL areas to take care of drought. Whenever it rains again, we have also been running around to make sure that we have actually taken care of floods in this country. And I hope this particular bill that we are moving today as a Senate can be able to solve the problem of droughts in this country. Because every time you will see that whenever there is a drought, we are saying now it is emergency. But I hope once we establish this particular fund, we will be able also to have a basket where donors can be able to contribute towards this worthy cause, and to especially make sure that we have prepared ourselves as a country in dealing with the disaster of drought. Madam Speaker, the bill also provides the drought response and management, which clearly NDMA has been doing over the years, drought preparedness. But unfortunately, because we don't have proper framework in place, this has never been done properly. Because it's like, you know, a response that is not directly geared towards solving the solution. But I think with the fund established under this particular amendment, we can be able to respond to drought in this country in a proper manner. Secondly, the bill also gives responsibility to both national and the county government. Madam Speaker, you will find that a lot of money is allocated both at the national level and the county level. But without proper legislation, you will see that the money is not utilized in a manner that it can help Kenyans. You've seen also at the national level, we have a lot of funding. There are so many institutions that are running around with a basket of drought or disaster management in this country. The county government is doing equally the same thing, which clearly actually doesn't help Kenyans, because we have not put the basket together in a manner that it can help Kenyans. But I hope this bill will be able to provide a framework where we can be able, both national and the county level, to be able to manage our response to drought in this country. Madam Speaker, I would like to say that once this bill is actually assented to, of course, as a country, we'll be able to have proper finances to be able to respond to drought, and we will be able to have finances that can be able to help our citizens in this country, because you will see that in more cases, whenever there is drought in this country, government actually is trying to come up with different strategies to ensure that we have dealt with the issues of drought without, having a proper manner that can be able to guide this country in solving the problem. But I believe with this amendment, we can be able to have a proper a framework where we can be able to provide financial response to the drought in this country, and again in a manner that we can be able to manage a drought in this country, because unless we do that, Madam Speaker, we cannot be able to help Kenyans. Every time we run around whenever there is disaster instead of preparing ourselves, and I believe this was a worthy amendment that we had required over the years, so that we can be able to utilize that budget that is under NDMA that has not been utilized over the years, simply because we don't have legislation in place. And I believe this will be able to help Kenyans at this particular time when we are facing a lot of challenges, and soon we are going to have droughts. Recently we've been running around with floods. But right now, after floods, we are going to have drought. And I believe, Madam Speaker, this is really a worthy process where especially the communities in ASAL areas can be able to benefit from this fund. And that doesn't mean the rest of the Kenyans are also not going to benefit from it. But this is something that will benefit the whole country, especially whenever we have drought. And that doesn't limit the people who are in other parts of the area. So without wasting a lot of time, Madam Speaker, I move, and I'll second, I will request Senator Ochilo Ayako to second this bill. I thank you.
Senator Ochilo Ayako.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to second this bill. First, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate my sister, the majority leader. I have known her for many years. We were in the same master's class, and I've known her as a meticulous person, as a studious person, and a person committed to representing her people. So I want to say that I'm excited to be seconding her bill, and I'm also happy that the National Assembly also thought about our families in ASAL areas. Many people who are parochial or who are narrow in thinking think that this bill is about ASAL areas. Madam Speaker, this bill is about production. A nation that wants to realize her potential must ensure that all areas are productive. And if we continue pretending that Nairobi is the center of production and that other traditional areas are the areas where production should be carried out, then as a nation we will miss opportunities. There is immense potential in areas that have been left behind, and until this potential is unlocked and unleashed for the benefit of the entire nation, we will continue wallowing in poverty, we'll continue being in the same difficulties that year in, year out we think, we confront. So, Madam Speaker, this bill, and particularly the amendments, are about production, ensuring that every region in this country is able to produce and feed the nation, is able to produce and take care of the residents of those regions. So we are not talking about areas that have been neglected. We are just trying to ensure that we grow the cake. Everybody wants a piece of that cake, but not many of us take our time to ensure that the cake is grown so that the sharing is good. So I am happy, Madam Speaker, that there is a drought management authority that has been proposed here. We must not think about drought when it strikes. We must continuously have it in our radar. we must continuously look at it and be able to know that what God gives to us is nature. God will give you drought, will give you floods, will give you everything. But it's upon you to read the book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 28, and know that even if you are given authority to superintend over the universe, it is your responsibility to have knowledge and to use your environment in a manner that is sustainable. So when we establish this authority, then we are taking that responsibility that God gave to us to ensure that there is an organization, there is an establishment whose responsibility is to look at matters nature, matters drought. If we just wait for drought to come, knowing that it's part of our environment, then when it comes, it becomes very tragic, it becomes like an ambush, and it finds us unprepared. But if we establish an authority whose constant and continuous mandate is to look at the trends of this drought, to get in touch with experts the world over and ensure that what is being done in drought-prone counties, in drought-prone nations, is also being done locally for the benefit of our people, then we are taking a step or steps in the right direction that must be supported. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that this bill will get traction with our colleagues in the Senate and ensure that every part of this nation has opportunity to generate wealth, to generate resources, and to employ our people. We do not have barriers and boundaries. I would like to have an opportunity to live in Isiolo or to live in Turkana. Otherwise, when I see the white people traveling from US or from South America to come and visit Turkana, and I, as a Kenyan, I am reluctant to visit that place, I think I'm sinning against Turkana and against the nation. So we want those places to be developed. We want Mandera to be developed. We want Garissa to be developed so that we are free and happy to be in our country. So, Madam Speaker, the aspect that introduces the setting aside of funds to be able to take care of this is also a very positive step. We should not just think that when a drought comes, we declare it an emergency. Then when it's declared an emergency, we are all over the world trying to beg for help. We must try to resolve this problem ourselves by setting aside sufficient funds, by training our people, by carrying out research, and ensuring that we are able to survive with a drought. When it comes, it will find us a set. You go to the Middle East countries like Dubai, like Saudi Arabia, like Egypt, drought is a regular thing, but they are able to manage it. In fact, it's so tragic at times that we have to import food from Egypt, a very dry place that is only known, that we only know of River Nile. As a nation, we are able to fix some of these vagaries of the weather and be able to live with dignity. A nation that keeps on begging, you are all over the place begging from generous or kind nations, you lose your sovereignty, you lose your respect. So as a nation, I think this bill is going a long way to cover nearly half of our land masses. The land masses of this nation that we ought to depend on are drought prone. In fact, they harbor locusts at times. If we are able to deal with drought, even the locust invasions will be taken care of. So, Madam Speaker, this is a good bill. It is something that is establishing an organization, an institution that will be dedicated to having its eyes focused on the ball, which is drought. And secondly, the same institution will be able to have funds, and the funds will be dedicated to dealing with the drought. I know that many places in this nation are dry. we are only talking about the northern parts of this nation. But even where we come from, for instance, in Migori County, we have dry parts that this organization will venture into. We have dry places in Homa Bay. In Migori County, if you go to places, some parts of Uriri, Nyatike, some parts of Kuria East and Kuria West, we have dry places that need this kind of intervention. But we first need to sort out the places that suffer extreme drought, and there are many places. Even here in Central Province, there are dry parts of Central Province. There are dry parts of what we call eastern, parts of Lower Eastern, places like Kitui, places like Makueni and Machakos experience drought. Kajiado is a drought-prone area. So we need not think that drought is something that is far from us. It is within us, and it affects places that are also doing badly. With those very many remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to second, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator. May I now propose the question that the National Drought Management Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 26 of 2019, be read a second time. Honorable Senators, it's now 6:30 p.m., time to interrupt the business of the Senate. The House therefore stands adjourned until Tuesday, 16th June 2020 at 2:30 p.m.